Imagine living a life where no one, not their rudeness, not their lies, not even their disrespect, can shake your peace. Imagine walking through the chaos of the world with a calm so deep, people wonder if you know something they don't. You still hear the insults, you still see the drama, but it no longer enters your system. It touches you, but it doesn't move you. But let's be honest. How many times have you let someone ruin your whole day with one careless comment? How many nights have you replayed an argument in your head, getting angry all over again? How often have you told yourself, "I'm done," only to get pulled right back into the same emotional trap? The truth is, most people don't control their emotions. Their emotions control them. One insult, one rejection, one mistake, and they're thrown off for hours, even days. But what if you could end that cycle? What if anger lost its grip on you forever? That's what we're about to unlock. This isn't about bottling things up or pretending to be peaceful while you're boiling inside. No. This is about rewiring your mind so deeply that calm becomes your natural state, even when life gets loud. Today, you're going to learn 15 rare and powerful Stoic techniques that will make you emotionally untouchable. Not numb, not cold, but powerful, centered, unbothered. These aren't surface-level tricks. These are deep tools to help you break free from emotional slavery and live with strength, clarity, and peace. So get ready, because after this video, the things that used to make you explode will barely make you blink. Before we begin, make a promise to yourself. Go to the comments and write, "Starting today, I will no longer be ruled by anger. I am Stoic." This isn't just a phrase, it's a declaration. The more you say it, the more your mind believes it. And once your mind believes it, your emotions will follow. So write it now, and let's begin. Number 1. Practice preemptive humiliation. Get ready. Because this one might feel uncomfortable at first, but it will give you the kind of peace that no one can take away. The Stoics had a phrase for it: premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. But what if you didn't just prepare for people to treat you badly? What if you trained your soul to be okay with it? Here's the truth. Most anger doesn't come from the moment itself. It comes from surprise, from the belief that things weren't supposed to go that way. You didn't expect to be ignored. You didn't expect to be spoken to like that. You didn't expect to be overlooked, insulted, judged, or misunderstood. So when it happens, it shocks the system, and the mind explodes. But imagine waking up in the morning and rehearsing those moments in your mind, not to fear them, but to diffuse them. Imagine picturing someone talking down to you, cutting you off, mocking your effort, or accusing you of something you didn't do. And instead of reacting, you say silently, "I saw this coming. Not only that, but I accept it. I understand it." Now take it even further. Don't just imagine the insult. Imagine that they're not wrong. That the person yelling at you isn't evil or crazy. They're human. They're carrying a lifetime of pain. Maybe they don't know how to speak with kindness. Maybe life has pushed them into bitterness. Maybe they've been betrayed, hurt, rejected so many times that all they know is defensiveness. So when they lash out, they're not actually attacking you. They're bleeding in your direction. And your job is not to stop the bleeding, it's to stop your own reaction to it. This is what I call preemptive humiliation. You prepare your ego in advance for the possibility that someone might hurt it. You don't wait for life to embarrass you. You walk straight into the fire of rejection, of criticism, of discomfort in your mind before the day begins. So, when it finally happens in real life, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't catch you off guard, because your spirit already rehearsed peace. It's like building an emotional immune system. Every morning, take just 1 minute to visualize something uncomfortable. Someone rolling their eyes at your idea, a friend not texting back, a stranger criticizing your work. Picture it in detail, and then breathe. Let it pass. Don't fight it. Don't try to fix it. Just feel the sting and release it. The moment you can feel an insult without becoming the insult, you win. You step out of the prison of needing to be understood, respected, or praised. You take your power back, and you realize no one can humiliate you without your permission. Marcus Aurelius did this daily. He reminded himself that he would meet rude people, ungrateful people, arrogant people. He didn't wish them away. He trained himself to expect them and to respond with calm. He didn't say, "They won't affect me." He said, "They can't affect me because I've already chosen who I want to be today." So ask yourself this: who do you want to be today? The person who flares up at the slightest disrespect, or the person who has already made peace with the worst the world can throw at you? Don't let your day be shaped by emotional surprises. Don't let someone's bad moment become your bad day. Rehearse peace. Expect the pain. Accept the mess. And rise above it before it even touches you. Because once you've humbled your ego in the safety of your own mind, the world has nothing left it can take. Number 2, the 3-second soul mirror. Stop, just for 3 seconds. That's all it takes to change the outcome of the next argument, the next insult, the next emotional reaction that would have owned you in the past. Because let's be honest, most of us react too fast. Someone says something disrespectful, and before we even understand what's happening, we're already snapping back. Our voice rises, our heart races, and later, we regret it. Not because the situation didn't matter, but because we realize it wasn't even about them. It was about us all along. That's where the 3-second soul mirror comes in. Here's how it works. Whenever someone pushes your buttons, pause. Don't speak. Don't gesture. Don't justify. Just stop. In complete stillness, ask yourself one question, silently. What wound in me is trying to speak right now? And suddenly, everything shifts. You see, Stoicism isn't about pretending to be unaffected. It's about understanding yourself so deeply that nothing can hijack your peace without your permission. This technique, just 3 seconds of reflection, is like turning on a flashlight in a dark room. It doesn't change the room itself, but it shows you what's really inside. Because here's the truth. The other person, they're just the mirror. They didn't create the anger inside you. They just reflected it. What they said might be rude. What they did might be careless. But the explosion, that comes from a trigger that already lived in you. A wound that hasn't healed. A belief that says, "I'm not enough," or "I always get disrespected," or "people never hear me." When you pause and turn the mirror on your own soul, you begin to notice the pattern, not just the person. That's what Stoics trained for, not to fight the world, but to master their internal world so well that nothing external could take control of it. And here's the beauty of the 3-second pause. It creates distance between you and your emotions. It gives you the power to respond from understanding instead of reacting from pain. Let's break it down. Someone makes a passive-aggressive comment. Your body tightens, your pride flares, your mind screams, "Say something." But instead, you stop. You go inward. You ask, "Why does this hurt?" Maybe it reminds you of being ignored as a child. Maybe it makes you feel invisible, small, rejected. And in that split-second awareness, the power shifts. The comment no longer controls you, because now it's not about them, it's about your own healing. This level of emotional awareness is rare. Most people are just swinging blindly at the world, hoping to feel better by lashing out. But when you practice the 3-second soul mirror, you don't swing, you see. And that seeing is freedom. Marcus Aurelius wrote constantly about looking inward, about examining the self rather than blaming the external. He knew the enemy was never the noise. It was the way the noise echoed inside our minds. And when you stop for 3 seconds, you silence that echo. You make room for clarity, for choice, for peace. So next time you feel the anger rising, don't chase it. Don't feed it. Look at it. Hold it in your mental hands and say, I see you. I know where you come from. But I choose what happens next. 3 seconds. That's all it takes. And those 3 seconds can save your peace, your relationships, and your self-respect. So make it a rule. Never speak from the wound. Speak from the awareness of it. Let the soul look in the mirror before the mouth opens. Because once you become the watcher of your pain, not the prisoner of it, no one can use it against you. Number 3. The displacement meditation technique. Pause and picture this. Someone just said something offensive. Maybe they rolled their eyes. Maybe they dismissed your hard work. Maybe they snapped at you for no reason. And your chest tightens. Your jaw locks. The heat rises in your body like steam ready to explode. That's the moment most people lose control. But you are not most people. You're training to master yourself. So instead of reacting, you practice the technique that Stoic calm is built on, displacement meditation. It sounds complicated, but it's not. In fact, it's beautifully simple. When someone frustrates or offends you, you don't respond right away. You replace them in your mind. That's right. You change the actor in the scene. If it's a rude co-worker, replace them with a child who's having a tantrum. If it's a passive-aggressive stranger, replace them with a frail elder who's speaking nonsense out of confusion. If it's someone who lashes out with cruelty, picture a dying person, weak and afraid, saying hurtful things not because they're evil, but because they're in pain. And then ask yourself, would I yell back? Would I defend my pride? Would I waste my energy proving a point? Of course not. You'd show compassion. You'd soften. You'd lower your voice. You might even smile. This mental switch is what the Stoics understood better than anyone else, that most emotional pain isn't personal, it's displaced suffering. People aren't walking around trying to ruin your day. They're drowning in their own storms, and sometimes they splash onto you. Displacement. Meditation trains you to see the storm, not the splash. It teaches you to stop seeing the offender as an enemy and to see them instead as a symptom of exhaustion, of insecurity, of upbringing, of fear. Marcus Aurelius, in Meditations, often reminded himself that those who offend us act out of ignorance or weakness, not evil. He didn't say this to excuse behavior, but to protect his own peace. When you change how you see the person, you change the story your mind tells about the moment. And when the story changes, the emotion dissolves. Now, this doesn't mean you tolerate abuse. It doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. It means you respond from clarity, not from injury. You still set boundaries, but without losing your composure. You still speak the truth, but without letting anger distort your tone. So try it. The next time someone pushes your buttons, don't give them your real reaction. Give them your higher imagination. Picture the toddler throwing blocks, not the adult acting childish. Picture the elder muttering confusion, not the boss barking orders. Picture the dying stranger venting their fear, not the person you once trusted now acting cold. And then breathe. Relax your shoulders. Lower your emotional sword. The battle you thought was personal was never even about you. That's the gift of displacement meditation. It disarms your ego and activates your empathy. It turns a trigger into a teaching. It gives your soul room to stretch instead of shrink. And most importantly, it keeps you in control, not them. Because once you master the art of emotional substitution, the world can still act messy, but it can no longer make you messy. And that's when you stop being reactive and start being untouchable. Number 4, collapse the fairness contract. Let's face a hard truth, one most people spend their entire lives trying to avoid. Life is not fair, people are not fair, and the world does not owe you fairness. That sentence might sting at first, but once accepted, it becomes one of the most powerful forms of emotional freedom you will ever experience. Because most anger, most frustration, and most resentment doesn't come from what happened. It comes from what you expected to happen. You expected respect. You expected appreciation. You expected kindness, understanding, or justice. And when the world didn't deliver what you ordered, you felt cheated. But here's the reality. There was no contract, no agreement, no cosmic rule book that says your efforts must be rewarded or your kindness must be returned. That idea that fairness is guaranteed is something the Stoics called an illusion of control, and it's time to collapse it. This is what I call the fairness contract, the invisible agreement you think others signed, but they never did. You think, I listened to them, so they should listen to me. Or, I was honest, so they should be honest too. But that contract? It only exists in your mind. And every time it's violated, your mind screams, this isn't right. But the Stoic doesn't scream. The Stoic sees clearly. And what do they see? They see that fairness is a gift, not a guarantee. That decency is a choice, not a duty. That life was never designed to follow your script. And once you stop expecting it to, peace becomes your new baseline. Let's break it down. You help someone, and they don't thank you. Collapse the contract. You worked hard, but someone else gets the credit. Collapse the contract. You stayed loyal to someone who betrayed you. Collapse the contract. Because when there is no expectation, there is no betrayal. When there is no entitlement, there is no insult. When the mind is not clinging to should, it becomes impossible to stay angry. Now, this doesn't mean you stop being kind. It means you become free to be kind without needing a return. It means you give respect, not because they earned it, but because you choose it. And when others don't meet you at that level, it's okay, because you never made it a condition. That's what makes this one of the most liberating Stoic practices of all. The moment you tear up the invisible fairness contract, everything changes. Every compliment becomes a surprise. Every smile becomes a bonus. Every small gesture of decency becomes a treasure, not a transaction. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you can commit injustice by doing nothing, but don't expect the world not to be unjust. He didn't write that in bitterness, he wrote it in clarity, because he knew the only contract that matters is the one you sign with yourself. So sign a new contract today. One where you promise to act with integrity, regardless of what others do. One where you choose to do what's right, not because it gets rewarded, but because it aligns with your values. One where you don't crumble every time someone breaks the rules you created in your head. Collapse the fairness contract, and when you do, you'll feel something rare. Not numbness, not cold detachment, but a quiet power, a deeper gratitude, a strange lightness. Because now, when life is fair, you smile, and when it's not, you stay steady. And that steadiness, that's what makes you unshakable. Number 5, the ghost companion lens. Picture this. You're in the middle of an argument. Someone just disrespected you, raised their voice, rolled their eyes, or threw a cheap shot to make themselves feel superior. And you feel it. The fire rising in your chest, the comeback forming on your tongue, the impulse to react, to strike back, to defend your pride. But now, pause, just for a moment, and imagine this. Standing right beside you, invisible to everyone else, is a silent presence, a ghost. But not the kind that haunts in fear. This one haunts in wisdom. Maybe it's Marcus Aurelius, calmly watching with steady eyes. Maybe it's Epictetus, arms folded, reminding you that the only thing you ever truly control is your response. Or maybe, most powerfully, it's you. Not the current you, but the future you. The version of yourself that you're working to become. The version who is calm, patient, untouchable. The version who doesn't need to react to feel powerful. This is the ghost companion lens, a mental trick so simple, so silent, and yet so transformative that it can silence 80% of emotional outbursts before they even happen. Why does it work? Because people behave differently when they're being watched, not just by others, but by someone they respect, someone they admire, someone they do not want to disappoint. And when you activate this lens, you are no longer reacting in secret. You're responding in front of greatness. Would you still curse under your breath if Marcus Aurelius was sitting next to you? Would you still yell at the cashier if your future self, the one you're trying to build, was standing behind you with quiet eyes and gentle strength? Probably not. This technique creates internal accountability, and that's the foundation of Stoic power. Doing the right thing even when no one is watching, because you are watching. And when you invite your ghost companion into the room, you raise your standard instantly. Let's be real. Emotional outbursts often happen because we think the moment is just ours, that we're justified, that we're alone with our feelings, and they deserve to be expressed raw, unfiltered, and loud. But when you bring in that quiet witness, the illusion breaks. You remember, I am being seen by the version of myself that matters most. And that awareness, that presence, it's enough to change your next move. Try it. Next time you feel the urge to explode, say something cruel or sulk in silence. Pause, and mentally invite your ghost to stand beside you. Visualize them clearly. Let them watch, not to judge, but to hold you to your higher self. You'll feel it, the subtle shift. The shoulders relax, the breath slows, the pride melts. And in that pause, you gain something most people never touch: emotional sovereignty. Marcus Aurelius didn't need applause. He didn't need revenge. He didn't need to win every argument. He needed one thing only: to be at peace with his own conscience. And that's what the ghost companion lens offers you. A conscience so strong, so present, that it makes you unshakable. So, from this day forward, never walk alone. Carry that ghost with you. At the dinner table, in traffic, In difficult conversations, let them stand silently, reminding you of who you are trying to become. And when that version of you is in the room, anger won't stand a chance. Number 6. Name the demon, not the person. Think about the last time someone got under your skin. Maybe it was a rude comment, a selfish action, a moment where someone let their worst side speak. You felt disrespected, disappointed, or even betrayed. And your mind did what minds are wired to do. It attached that pain directly to the person. He's such a jerk. She always does this. They never care. But here's where the Stoic sees differently. The Stoic doesn't just react, they investigate. They look deeper. Because what if it wasn't really the person who hurt you? What if it was something inside them acting through them? What if anger, pride, or fear had taken over their voice? What if they weren't the villain, but the vessel? This is the power of the technique called name the demon, not the person. The Stoics believed that people don't act out of evil. They act out of ignorance. They lash out not because they're wicked, but because they're confused. Because they haven't learned how to process pain. Because they're caught in emotions they haven't mastered yet. And when you learn to name the demon behind the behavior, instead of blaming the person wearing the mask, everything changes. Let's break it down. Someone yells at you unexpectedly. Instead of saying, "What's wrong with them?" pause and say silently, "That's not them. It's anger." Someone gossips about you. Instead of reacting with venom, say, "That's not who they are. It's fear talking. Fear of being left behind. Fear of not being seen." Someone constantly interrupts you, criticizes you, looks down on you. Don't see their face. See the emotion behind it. That's not Jane. That's insecurity hijacking her tone. That's not Michael. That's pride pretending to be confidence. And when you start to see the demons, not just the people, your whole reaction softens. Not because you're weak, not because you're excusing bad behavior, but because you're finally seeing the truth. This practice gives you two gifts at once. First, it helps you detach emotionally. If someone is being rude and you instantly say, "That's ego speaking," you stop yourself from making it personal. You stop seeing it as an attack on you and start seeing it as a symptom of their internal war. You become the observer, not the participant. Second, it restores your compassion, not the soft kind, the strong kind, the kind that says, "I don't need to fight you because I see you're already fighting something inside." The kind that gives you calm power when everyone else is losing their minds. Marcus Aurelius wrote that when others act poorly, it's because they don't understand what's good. Epictetus taught that people harm others when they mistake harm for help. They're not monsters, they're misled. And when you believe that deeply, you stop needing to attack. You start choosing peace because you understand. So next time someone tries to drag you into their storm, don't get pulled in. Instead, pause. Look at them not as the enemy, but as the messenger of something deeper. Name the demon quietly, and respond not to the mask, but to the truth behind it. It's not John, it's anger hijacking John. It's not Lisa, it's fear pretending to protect Lisa. It's not them, it's the wound wearing their face. Once you learn to do this, you no longer have to defend yourself from people. You only need to understand the forces that move through them. And the moment you see that, you take your power back. You move from being triggered to being tranquil. You stop swinging at shadows and start walking in the light. Number 7, soul weight training. Think of the last time something small irritated you. Someone cut in line. A coworker made a passive-aggressive comment. A driver swerved without signaling. The moment passed quickly, but it left a mark, didn't it? A tightening in your chest, a story playing in your head, maybe even a sharp tone in your voice afterward. That's what emotional triggers do. They sneak in and hijack your peace, one small frustration at a time. But what if every one of those moments wasn't an attack, but an opportunity? What if the very things that annoy you the most are secretly your training partners? Welcome to Soul Weight Training. Here's the mindset shift. Every irritation is a mental rep. Someone cuts you off in traffic? That's a 10-pound patience rep. You just got stronger. Someone talks over you in a meeting? That's a 15-pound humility rep. Someone forgets to say thank you? Boom, 20-pound gratitude endurance rep. That passive-aggressive message? That's a heavy set. But you didn't break, you didn't snap, you just lifted it and moved on. And when you train your soul this way, like a bodybuilder trains their muscles, something incredible starts to happen. Anger stops being a threat. It becomes fuel. Each trigger becomes resistance. Each annoyance becomes weight. And every time you resist the urge to react, you build inner strength. Most people go through life trying to avoid discomfort. They wish for a smoother road, a more respectful world, a life where everything goes according to plan. But Stoics knew that kind of life doesn't build anyone. It softens them, it weakens them, it makes their peace conditional. But when you start lifting the emotional weights of daily life on purpose, you become emotionally invincible. Think of it like this. Your triggers are the weights. Your reactions are the form. Your self-awareness is the discipline. Every day becomes a workout, a rep of silence, a rep of restraint, a rep of forgiveness. And just like in the gym, the more consistent you are, the stronger you get. Let's break it down. You're in a hurry and someone is moving slow in front of you. You can either explode or lift the weight. You tell yourself, "This is my patience set." Someone gives you attitude for no reason. Your ego wants to respond, but instead you think, "Time for another rep of composure." You get criticized unfairly. You breathe. You choose calm. That's a heavy rep, but now you're training at a higher level. This is the Stoic superpower, reframing life's challenges not as punishments, but as practice. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the things that frustrate you are the path, not the obstacle. They are the weight room of the soul. So stop asking life to be lighter. Start getting stronger. And remember, growth doesn't come from comfort. It comes from resistance. Not just the resistance outside, but the resistance inside. The part of you that wants to lash out, quit, complain, or seek revenge. Every time you lift that inner weight without dropping it on someone else, you grow. And that growth, it adds up. Soon, the things that used to ruin your whole day won't even touch your mood. You'll walk through chaos with a calm that people will notice and wonder about. And they'll ask, "How are you so composed all the time?" You'll smile, and maybe you'll tell them, "I lift anger for strength. I use triggers as training. I don't avoid pain. I train through it." And that's how peace stops being a wish and becomes a lifestyle. Number 8. The last breath frame. Stop. Right now, take a deep breath, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Now ask yourself a question. If I had only 10 minutes left to live, would this matter? That insult, that rude message, that cold stare, that frustrating delay, that person who didn't appreciate you, That mistake someone made that's costing you time. Would it matter if your last breath was just a few minutes away? This is what the Stoics called memento mori, a meditation on mortality. But don't misunderstand, this isn't about fear. It's not about being morbid. It's about clarity, because nothing brings truth into sharper focus than death. And when you learn to think with your end in sight, anger suddenly feels small. Enter the last breath frame. It's a mental tool that works instantly. The moment you feel yourself about to explode, stop and picture your life clock running out. 10 minutes left, just 10. What would you do with that time? Would you really spend it yelling at a stranger in traffic? Would you waste it writing a heated reply to a message that hurt your pride? Would you use your last precious moments proving a point or holding a grudge? Or would you sit in peace, reach out to someone you love, feel the wind, the sky, the breath in your lungs? Would you reflect on what truly mattered, who you became, how deeply you loved, how well you stayed present? The answer is always the same. You wouldn't waste your last breath on petty things. So why waste this breath? This frame collapses illusions. It shows you what really deserves your energy and what doesn't. Because most of what we react to on a daily basis won't matter next year, let alone on our deathbed. And that's what made the Stoics so calm. Not that they didn't feel things, but that they kept things in scale. And Marcus Aurelius used this frame constantly. He reminded himself daily that life was brief, that death was not something to fear, but to use. When others acted cruelly, he didn't respond with rage. He asked himself, "Is this worthy of me?" He understood that one day all of this, the titles, the insults, the praise, the noise, would fade. And that made it easier to choose peace now. Try this. Next time someone disrespects you, don't jump in with emotion. Pause. Close your eyes. Picture a countdown timer on your life. 10 minutes. And then ask, is this how I want to spend the rest of my time? You'll feel your body relax. Your breath will slow. The anger will shrink. Not because it's gone, but because you've seen beyond it. That's the gift of the last breath frame. It pulls you out of the moment and into eternity. It reminds you that most offenses are just dust floating through your day. And when death sits quietly on your shoulder, that dust loses all weight. So let that thought guide you. Life is short, time is precious, and peace is worth more than pride. And if today was your last, wouldn't you want to leave with dignity, not drama? Use the last breath frame, and let every breath you have left be a choice, not a reaction. Number 9. Externalize the insult. Script. Words have power. They can build someone up or cut deep like a blade. And when someone throws an insult at you, your mind and body react as if you've been attacked physically. Your pulse spikes, your breath shortens. You replay what they said over and over in your head, trying to make sense of it, trying to defend yourself, even in silence. But the Stoic doesn't absorb the insult. The Stoic externalizes it. Here's how. Imagine someone says something cruel, sarcastic, dismissive, or unfair. The instinct is to let those words pierce through and attach to your identity. How could they say that about me, you think? But instead of taking the hit, you use the externalize the insult script. You pause. You take a mental step back. And in your mind, you visualize their words leaving their mouth. But instead of entering you, they float in the air, hit an invisible wall in front of you, and fall to the ground like leaves. You don't catch them, you don't hold them, You don't even respond. You just watch them drop. Then you ask yourself one powerful question. Is this really about me, or is this about them? And that's when the illusion breaks. Because most insults have nothing to do with you. They are not reflections, they are projections. The person insulting you is often just leaking their own inner chaos, their stress, their pain, their insecurity, and you happen to be in range. This one mental shift can save you from hours of unnecessary suffering. Let's go deeper. Someone calls you lazy, even though you've been working hard. Instead of defending yourself or getting angry, you pause. You let the words float. Then you think, are they angry at me, or frustrated with themselves for not keeping up? Someone mocks your appearance or your ideas. You pause, float the words, and ask, is this judgment or jealousy? Is this cruelty or their need for control? Once you begin seeing insults not as truth, but as emotional broadcasts, you stop giving them weight. You stop carrying them home. You stop internalizing someone else's wound as if it belongs to you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly, choose not to be harmed, and you won't be. Not because harm doesn't exist, but because you control what enters your mind and what bounces off. The insult may be loud, but its power comes from your invitation. Stop inviting it in. Now, let's make this even more practical. The next time you're insulted, follow this 3-step script. Visualize the words floating, not entering. Let them hang in the air. Don't claim them. Picture a wall between you and the words, not for defense, but for clarity. Ask the question, what pain might this person be projecting? You don't need to know the answer. You only need to ask it to break the spell. Because when you focus on their wound instead of your ego, the sting fades almost instantly. And here's the deeper truth. Insults only stick to parts of you that haven't healed. That's why this practice not only protects you, but reveals where you still need growth. The less they affect you, the more whole you've become. So next time someone throws verbal fire your way, don't catch it, don't fight it, just watch it float and fall. It was never about you anyway. That's not emotional numbness, that's emotional wisdom. And that's what Stoicism trains you to do. Protect your peace, not with walls, but with understanding. Number 10, the sacred pause technique. You're in a heated conversation. Someone says something sharp, maybe even cruel. You feel it instantly, that jolt of heat in your chest, the urge to defend, correct, attack, or retreat. It happens in a flash. That moment, right there, is the moment most people lose themselves. But not the Stoic. The Stoic pauses. This is what we call the sacred pause technique, and it is one of the most powerful tools of emotional mastery. It's simple, but don't let that fool you. This one shift can transform the entire trajectory of your relationships, your reactions, and your inner peace. Here's how it works. When tension rises, do nothing. Don't speak. Don't gesture. Don't roll your eyes. Don't let your face react. Instead, take one breath. Roll your shoulders back. Soften your jaw. Let silence stretch between what just happened and what you're about to do. This isn't avoidance. This isn't weakness. This is domination of impulse. Most people react the way a match reacts to fire, instantly. But Stoicism teaches something rare. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space is your power, your freedom, your dignity. That's what the sacred pause protects. Let's get practical. You're about to clap back at a sarcastic comment. Pause. Feel your breath. Let the emotion rise and fall. Say nothing. You're about to send a text you'll regret. Pause. Let your thumbs rest. Look away from the screen. Give it 5 minutes. You're about to raise your voice at someone who disappointed you. Pause. Let the words gather inside your mouth, but don't let them escape yet. Feel the weight of silence, then decide. Is this coming from truth or from ego? That space you just created, that's the real victory. You see, most people think emotional strength is about never feeling anger, never feeling pain, never feeling offended. But the truth is, we all feel those things. The Stoic just doesn't let those feelings choose their next move. Marcus Aurelius said it perfectly. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. And you find that strength in the pause. Because the pause is not emptiness, it's everything. It's the moment your higher self enters the room. It's the moment you step out of the storm and back into your own skin. It's where maturity lives, where wisdom waits, where peace hides. And here's what happens when you start practicing the sacred pause. You stop saying things you can't unsay. You stop escalating situations that don't need escalation. You stop giving away your emotional power to people who don't deserve it. And instead, you start responding from intention, from stillness, from sovereignty. So try this. For the next 24 hours, make a commitment. Every time tension rises, pause, breathe, observe. Then respond only if it serves your values, not your emotions. At first, it'll feel unnatural. You'll want to react. You'll feel the fire. But with time, that pause will become your superpower. It will become a habit. A space so sacred, no one can take it from you. Because in that pause, you remember who you are. And once you remember that, no argument, no insult, no moment of tension can pull you out of your peace. That's not silence. That's strength. That's not hesitation. That's mastery. That's not passivity. That's Stoicism in action. And it all begins with one sacred pause. Number 11. Expectation flip ritual. Let's be honest. Most of our emotional pain doesn't come from what people say or do. It comes from what we expected them to say or do. We expected kindness. We expected respect. We expected fairness, understanding, decency, or even just basic courtesy. And when reality doesn't meet the script we had in our head, we don't just get disappointed, we get hurt. That's why Stoicism teaches a radical shift. Flip the expectation before it flips you. This is the expectation flip ritual, and here's how it works. Before any conversation, interaction, or social moment, especially with difficult people, you perform a mental ritual. You say silently, I'm not entering this expecting kindness, I'm expecting challenge, but I will remain undisturbed. You prepare not for the best, but for the mess. And in that preparation, you take back your emotional power. Most people live by invisible contracts. They don't say it out loud, but their mind plays it like this. If I'm polite, they should be polite back. If I open up, they should listen. If I show up fully, they should meet me there. But Stoics know, life doesn't sign your emotional contracts. People don't read the scripts you write in your head. And most importantly, your peace should not depend on their performance. Let's get practical. You're about to walk into a meeting where you usually feel dismissed. Flip the expectation. They may interrupt, they may ignore me, but I will not lose my center. You're about to call someone who often makes passive-aggressive comments. Flip it. They might do it again, but I will not bite the bait. You're going home to visit family, where old wounds live. Flip it. They may not change. That's okay. I'm here to practice my calm, not to chase validation. And here's the magic. When you stop expecting people to be easy, you stop being disappointed when they're not. You disarm the emotional landmines before you step on them, and your nervous system stops living on edge, waiting for others to get it right. Marcus Aurelius used this mindset every day. In the first chapter of Meditations, he writes, "Today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, and unsocial." Not because he was pessimistic, but because he was prepared. He wasn't walking around begging life to treat him gently. He was training to remain stable regardless. That's the Stoic edge. Because when you reverse the emotional contract, when you expect discomfort but vow to stay undisturbed, you stop outsourcing your peace. You stop hoping people will behave a certain way so that you can feel okay. And instead, you build a peace that no one can bargain with. Try this. Before your next conversation, pause and say silently, "I expect nothing from them. Everything I need is already within me." And then walk in, not armored in defensiveness, but grounded in inner strength. Because the truth is, the world doesn't owe you kindness, but you owe yourself calm, and once you commit to that, no one can rob you of it. That's the expectation flip ritual. That's emotional self-sufficiency. That's Stoicism, not in theory, but in real life. Number 12. Adopt the role of cosmic observer. Sometimes all it takes to silence anger is one simple shift in perspective. Zoom out. You're not in the heat of the moment. You're not trapped inside the emotion. You're not clenching your fists or rehearsing a comeback. You're watching it all from above. That's the power of the cosmic observer. It's a Stoic technique as strange as it is powerful. And once you practice it, you'll wonder why you ever let life get to you. Here's how it works. When conflict happens, when insults are thrown, when awkwardness rises, or someone rubs you the wrong way, don't stay stuck inside the scene. Mentally step out of your body. Float up past the room, the city, the sky. Become a satellite in orbit, looking down at Earth. And from that altitude, observe. See yourself down there. Just a human, one of billions, in a moment that will pass, in a situation that seems big now, but from this height looks small, neutral, unimportant. The person yelling? A flicker of movement on the surface of a blue planet. The awkward conversation? A momentary vibration in the air. The argument you think you need to win? A scene in a short film that no one will remember. From this height, there are no enemies. There are no victories, no ego, no embarrassment, no insult that can survive the zoom out. And that's the secret. Distance dissolves drama. The Stoics didn't use this technique to avoid life. They used it to understand it. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself of the bigger picture. He would write, "All is ephemeral, fame and the famous as well." He saw life as a brief passing spark in the vastness of the cosmos. And from that vantage point, how could petty emotions possibly rule him? When you become the cosmic observer, you strip anger of its power. Because anger thrives in tight spaces. It needs you to stay zoomed in. It needs you to believe that this moment, this insult, this person is everything. But when you rise above, anger has nothing left to grip onto. Try it. Next time someone disrespects you, don't react. Float up. Watch the interaction as if it's playing out on a screen. Study it. Not emotionally, but curiously, like a scientist watching human behavior. From this view, you stop being the scene and you start seeing the scene. And with that seeing comes peace. Because now, your ego isn't the main character. Your soul is the audience, the witness. And the witness never gets dragged into the drama. It simply sees and chooses how to respond. So whenever life tries to pull you down into the mud, rise instead. Become the satellite. Become the star, the watcher, the presence behind the noise. And from up there, remember this: that which feels massive now is barely a ripple. That person who got under your skin is just another soul, figuring it out. That problem that seemed personal is just another passing cloud in Earth's atmosphere. You are not your reaction. You are not your anger. You are the one who watches both. That's the cosmic observer. And once you rise into that role, nothing down below can pull you out of your peace again. Number 13. Master the reaction echo test. Here's a truth most people never realize. When someone provokes you, your reaction isn't caused by their words. It's caused by your attachment to what those words stir up inside you. The insult isn't the real problem. It's the echo it triggers. And that's where the reaction echo test comes in. This technique isn't loud. It doesn't require a speech or a comeback. In fact, it asks you to do something incredibly rare. Say nothing. Just pause. Just observe. Just listen. Not to the other person, but to what arises inside of you. When someone tries to provoke you, the moment becomes a mirror. And instead of lashing out, you scan your own reflection. You ask silently, did I tighten up? Did I feel the need to justify myself? Did I immediately start replaying what they said, trying to make sense of it, or prove it wrong? If the answer is yes, you've found your echo. That subtle vibration of ego, of pain, of insecurity, still hidden in the corners of your being. And that's the real target, not the person, not the words, but the echo that proves you're still holding on to something you haven't yet released. The Stoics knew this well. They weren't trying to become robots. They were trying to become equanimous, calm in the face of provocation, because the inside had already been cleaned. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are pained by external things, it is not they that disturb you, but your own judgment of them." In other words, what hurts isn't what's said, it's what you believe about it. So how do you train for this? You watch the echo, not with judgment, but with curiosity, like testing the acoustics in a room. Say nothing and just notice. Did the words bounce off you, or bounce around inside you? If they bounced off, you've passed the test. If they bounced around, creating replay loops, tension, inner monologues, you found something worth healing. This test is not about performance, it's about clarity. And once the echo fades, something beautiful happens. You no longer need to react. The desire to prove, correct, defend, or explain, it vanishes, because the wound it tried to protect has finally gone quiet. Let's get practical. Someone questions your intelligence. You pause. You notice the echo, a flash of insecurity maybe. That's your work, not them. Someone ignores your idea in a meeting. You pause. You feel the need to speak up, to reclaim the spotlight. But that need, that's the echo. And once you train yourself to notice it, it loses its grip. Because here's the truth. When your inner world is still, no noise outside can disturb you. And when there's no echo left inside, no trigger to react from, peace becomes your default setting. So from now on, make this your personal ritual. When provoked, pause and listen. Not to the words, but to the echo. Train yourself to hear what others can't, because in that space, you'll find your deepest strength. Master the reaction. Echo test. And you'll stop being pulled by every push the world throws your way. Because when your inner room becomes silent, nothing echoes back. And when nothing echoes back, nothing controls you. Number 14. Give the gift of being wrong. Let's admit it. Being right feels good. There's a rush, a sense of power, a feeling of control when you correct someone or prove a point. And yet, the more attached you are to being right, the easier it is for others to control your peace. That's why one of the rarest, most powerful Stoic flexes is this: let others be wrong, and let it not disturb you. Most people can't do this. They can't stand to let an error float by without jumping in. Someone misquotes a fact, they interrupt. Someone says something they disagree with, they argue. Someone spreads a rumor or misjudges their intentions. They rush to defend themselves. But here's the Stoic truth. The need to correct others is just another form of ego. And once you dissolve that need, you unlock a level of peace few ever reach. This is what it means to give the gift of being wrong. It means someone gets the story completely backward, and you let them. Someone underestimates you, and you smile quietly. Someone speaks with false confidence, and you let them walk away feeling victorious. Why? Not because you're weak, not because you don't care, but because you've realized being right isn't always worth the cost of your peace. Let's break this down. Someone misrepresents what happened in a conversation. The old you would have jumped in, "That's not what I said." But the Stoic version of you observes, breathes, and lets it go. Why? Because your truth isn't threatened by their misunderstanding. Someone offers a wildly incorrect opinion. You could debate, prove your intelligence, or embarrass them. But instead, you choose stillness. Why? Because not every battle deserves a warrior. Some deserve a smile and silence. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion." What he meant was this: you don't need to correct the world to remain in integrity. You don't need to win arguments to be secure in your knowledge. The strongest person in the room is often the quietest one. This doesn't mean you tolerate lies. It doesn't mean you let harmful ideas spread unchecked. But it means you weigh the moment before you speak. You ask yourself, is this correction necessary, or is it ego? Is my peace worth this fight? Do I need to be right, or can I just be free? Because here's the real power move. When someone is wrong and you don't need to prove it, you don't smirk, you don't drop hints, you don't walk away with secret superiority. You just release the moment completely. Their error becomes neutral. Their misunderstanding becomes irrelevant. That's not detachment. That's emotional royalty. Try it today. Let someone be wrong without commentary. Let the conversation flow without correction. Let your mind whisper, "They can have this one. I don't need it." And you'll feel it, the quiet power rising, the kind of power that doesn't come from domination, but from self-mastery. Because once you stop needing to be right, you become unbotherable. And in a world obsessed with winning every argument, your indifference becomes your crown. Number 15. Burn the identity contract. Let's talk about the hidden leash that controls most of your anger, and you probably don't even know it's there. It's invisible, silent, and deeply embedded in your mind. It's not the insult that triggers you. It's not the disrespect. It's not the misunderstanding. It's the thing underneath all of that, your identity contract. The identity contract is the secret deal your ego wrote and signed without your permission. It says, I am a smart person, so I can't be questioned. I am a kind person, so I must be treated kindly. I am a respected person, so I must not be disrespected. Sounds harmless, right? But the problem is, once your mind attaches to these roles, these images of who you are, any challenge to them feels like an attack, not on your behavior, but on you. And when someone touches that image, anger erupts like a reflex. Why? Because your mind thinks something sacred is being threatened. That's why the Stoic solution isn't just managing anger, it's destroying the reason anger takes root in the first place. It's time to burn the identity contract. This means stepping back and realizing you are not your title, you are not your image, you are not your role, your pride, your accomplishments, or your reputation. You are the presence beneath all that, the awareness that observes all of it. And once you detach from the identity, the ego has nothing left to protect and nothing left to be offended. Let's break it down. Someone questions your intelligence. The contract flares. They can't say that. I'm smart. But what if you burned that contract? Suddenly, there's nothing to defend. You don't need to argue. You don't need to prove. You just are. Someone calls you selfish. The ego screams, "No, I'm kind." But if you burn the contract, you stop needing to convince anyone of who you are. Their opinion becomes background noise. Burning the identity contract doesn't mean you stop being kind, strong, respectful, or wise. It means you stop needing to be seen that way. You do it because it's who you are, not because you need others to validate it. This is emotional invincibility, because now, when someone tries to tear down your image, they find no target. There's nothing to hit. You've already burned the paper ego was hiding behind. Marcus Aurelius practiced this every day. He reminded himself that he was a soul, a breath, a speck in the grand turning of the universe, not an emperor who needed applause or obedience. That humility wasn't weakness, it was his armor, and it made him one of the most unshakable leaders in history. Try this practice. When someone says something that hurts, pause and ask yourself, what identity am I trying to protect right now? Then ask, if I let that image go, what's left? What's left is your true self, the part of you that doesn't need applause, that doesn't flinch when misunderstood, that doesn't crumble when judged. Burn the identity contract, and the next time someone tries to insult you, you'll feel something strange, not anger, not pain, but freedom. Because once you're no longer protecting a mask, you're finally at peace with your real face. And when you reach that place, nothing can offend you anymore. So now you've seen the truth. Anger is not something that happens to you. It's something that answers to you. Every moment of irritation, every insult, every offense, they only live as long as you feed them. But the moment you pause, the moment you rise, the moment you choose not to react, you win. Not because you fought harder, but because you no longer needed to fight at all. You've learned to rehearse peace before the world tests you. You've learned to find the wound before you blame the trigger. You've learned to float above insults, to disarm expectations, and to watch the chaos without letting it move your soul. You've become the witness, the observer, the silent storm, and most importantly, you've remembered that you are not your ego, not your title, not your need to be right. You are the calm inside the fire, the steady ground beneath the noise. So when the next test comes, And it will come. Smile quietly. Watch it. Let it pass. And know that what used to shake you now just trains you. Now it's your turn to declare it. Drop a comment below and write, "I choose peace. I choose mastery. I am Stoic." Not just to share it, but to seal it in your mind. And if this resonated with you, subscribe to the channel, because the journey doesn't end here. This is just the beginning of a life no longer ruled by reaction. Welcome to the rarest freedom on earth, the freedom of being unbothered. Imagine being able to stay calm and collected in the middle of a traffic jam, facing a difficult conversation with your boss, or even dealing with a personal crisis. This is the power of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people for centuries to live happier and more fulfilling lives. Stoicism teaches us that the only thing we can truly control is our own thoughts and actions. Everything else, from the weather to the economy to the behavior of others, is outside of our control. By accepting this reality, we can free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that comes from trying to control things that are outside of our reach. Stoicism also teaches us to focus on what we can control, which is our own character and our actions. By striving to live a virtuous life, we can create a sense of inner peace and contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. In this video, we'll explore 10 profound lessons from Stoicism that can help you achieve inner peace and mastery over your emotions. Join us on this journey of self-discovery as we explore the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and learn how to apply it to our modern lives. Lesson number 1. Embrace what you can control. Epictetus, the Stoic sage, offers us a fundamental lesson that serves as the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control. At the heart of this teaching is the recognition that our lives are subject to a fundamental division between elements we can control and those beyond our influence. This concept is pivotal in cultivating a calm and composed demeanor, even in the midst of life's uncertainties. In essence, Epictetus advises us to invest our energy and attention in those aspects of life that fall within our sphere of control. These include our thoughts, actions, intentions, and responses. By directing our focus to what is genuinely within our power, we can navigate life with a sense of purpose and mastery. It is the acknowledgement that our internal world is under our dominion that forms the bedrock of our tranquility. Conversely, external events and circumstances, which often elude our sway, are to be acknowledged as outside the realm of our control. Just as an archer, as exemplified by Epictetus, can aim carefully, draw the bowstring with precision, and release the arrow skillfully, yet remain uncertain of the flight's outcome, we must learn to release our attachment to outcomes we cannot govern. This release is not an act of resignation, but an embrace of equanimity in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. Epictetus's metaphor of the archer, who derives contentment from knowing they've exerted their best effort regardless of the target's fate, serves as a potent reminder of the Stoic approach to life. It encourages us to concentrate on our intentions and the dedicated efforts we put forth, accepting that the results are subject to a multitude of external factors. In essence, Stoicism reminds us to seize the reins of our inner world, embracing the dichotomy of control as a powerful tool to maintain a calm and composed disposition in a world where much remains beyond our influence. By concentrating our energies on what we can shape, we free ourselves from the burden of attempting to govern the uncontrollable, allowing us to discover serenity in the knowledge that we've done our utmost with the tools at our disposal. Lesson number 2. The power of acceptance. In the grand tapestry of Stoic philosophy, few figures stand as tall as the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. His profound insights, often chiseled in the timeless monument of Meditations, resonate through the ages and illuminate one of the most powerful lessons in Stoicism, the lesson of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius guides us through a profound exploration of the human condition, acknowledging the inevitability of both triumph and tribulation. Life, as he observes, is a symphony of ups and downs, a constant ebb and flow. Within this ever-shifting landscape, there exist circumstances beyond our influence, elements we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius, in his role as a Stoic sage, extols the virtue of accepting these immutable truths. To accept, in the Stoic sense, is to embrace the reality of life's unpredictability and impermanence. It is to release the chains of attachment to specific outcomes and to walk in harmony with the unceasing rhythm of the universe. In Marcus Aurelius's words, resistance to the natural course of events leads only to turmoil and distress, like a ship struggling against the relentless current. The Stoic perspective on acceptance is akin to setting sail on the sea of existence without a fixed destination, yet with an unwavering faith in the voyage itself. It is an invitation to relinquish the desire for unyielding control and instead flow with the ever-changing stream of life. To dance with the music of the cosmos, whether its notes are serene or tempestuous, is the embodiment of Stoic temperance. In the realm of Stoicism, this lesson forms the bedrock of inner peace and tranquility. It urges us to open our arms to life's capriciousness, to savor the sweetness of success, and to weather the storms of adversity with grace. The power of acceptance, as illuminated by Marcus Aurelius, is a beacon that guides us through the labyrinth of existence, allowing us to greet each moment, each circumstance, with an equanimous heart. It is the serenity of embracing life in all its unpredictability, finding profound serenity in the midst of its ever-shifting landscape. Lesson number 3. Practice mindfulness. Practice mindfulness. Seneca, the venerable Stoic philosopher whose wisdom has transcended the ages, illuminates a crucial lesson for those seeking calm and composure in the midst of life's tempests: the practice of mindfulness. In the Stoic lexicon, mindfulness is a compass guiding us to the shores of the present moment, offering sanctuary from the ceaseless turbulence of past regrets and future uncertainties. In its essence, mindfulness is the art of inhabiting the now, of immersing oneself in the present moment with profound awareness. It is the antidote to the affliction of rumination, the ceaseless churning of the mind over past sorrows and future anxieties. Seneca's Stoic teachings beckon us to pay homage to the beauty and profundity of the present, recognizing that it is the only time that holds genuine existence. The practice of mindfulness, as outlined by Seneca, is not confined to the extraordinary moments of life, but extends its embrace to the ordinary and mundane. It encourages us to witness life's tapestry with a keen eye, from the remarkable to the seemingly inconsequential. In doing so, we detach ourselves from the tormenting clutches of regret and the paralyzing grip of worry. This Stoic mindfulness, a precious tool for preserving inner calm and clarity, acts as a bridge to the precious now, connecting us to the profound simplicity of the present. It is an art that grants us the ability to fully engage with our current circumstances, to savor each breath, and to relish the beauty that unfolds in every heartbeat. In the practice of mindfulness, we discover a timeless sanctuary where the mind finds solace, a place where inner tranquility is nurtured and composure is cultivated, amidst the swirling tides of existence. Lesson number 4. Cultivate resilience. Resilience. In the vast landscape of Stoic wisdom, the lessons of resilience echo as a resounding anthem. And it is Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher par excellence, who raises his voice to teach us the profound art of confronting adversity with unwavering fortitude. To Epictetus, adversity is not a foe to be feared, but a chisel that sculpts the masterpiece of our character. Stoicism, with its roots deep in the natural order of life, imparts the fundamental truth that challenges are the warp and weft of existence. Stoics, embodying this wisdom, do not perceive adversity as an obstacle or a source of suffering, but rather as an opportunity, a crucible that tempers and refines their inner metal. Epictetus beckons us not to wilt before the storms of life, but to stand steadfast like the unyielding oak, unshaken by the tempest. The essence of this Stoic perspective lies in the profound realization that it is not the events themselves, but our judgments, reactions, and the choices we make in the face of adversity that hold the power to distress us. It is the lens through which we view life's trials that shapes our inner tranquility. To cultivate resilience in the Stoic vein is to walk the path of personal development, and to recognize adversity not as a scourge, but as a tutor. Stoicism teaches us that in the crucible of hardship, we discover the true extent of our strength, and it is through facing life's tribulations with courage and unwavering resilience that we emerge like tempered steel, with a character fortified by the trials we have endured. The Stoic perspective on adversity harmonizes seamlessly with the Stoic belief in the sovereignty of choice. Epictetus, in his sagacity, urges us to confront challenges not with trepidation, but with the valor of a warrior, for it is through our responses to external events that we preserve the sanctity of our inner calm and composure. It is the gift of resilience that allows Stoics to navigate life's tempestuous seas with an unswerving gaze, unwavering even in the face of the most turbulent storms. Lesson number 5. Choose your response. Choose your response. Epictetus, the venerable Stoic sage whose wisdom has traversed the annals of time, bequeaths to us a profound lesson of immeasurable value, the power of choice in our responses. Within the Stoic philosophy, this lesson stands as an indomitable pillar, a lighthouse guiding us through the tumultuous seas of existence. Epictetus, with unwavering conviction, imparts the truth that while the tides of external events may remain beyond our dominion, the helm of our responses is firmly within our grasp. This, he proclaims, is the essence of Stoic wisdom. In the Stoic sanctum, wherein calm and composure reign supreme, the locus of control is resolutely internal. Stoicism, a philosophy grounded in profound self-mastery, extols the sovereignty of our responses to life's multifarious challenges. It is in this sacred space that the Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance serve as guiding stars, illuminating the path to maintaining inner tranquility. Epictetus, with his sage counsel, invites us to contemplate the nature of our judgments and reactions, particularly in the crucible of adversity. It is through this introspection that we awaken to the profound truth that we possess the sacred gift of choice, the ability to consciously craft our responses to the myriad external events that unfold in our lives. The Stoic approach to responding sagely to life's vicissitudes is akin to a masterstroke on the canvas of existence. It is the choice to align our responses with the Stoic virtues, to confront life's tribulations with the wisdom of sages, the courage of heroes, the justice of righteous hearts, and the temperance of those who tread the path of inner mastery. The Stoics' arsenal, laden with the wisdom of Epictetus, is a bastion of inner peace, impervious even to the fiercest storms. Through conscious choice and alignment with Stoic virtues, we forge a shield that preserves our serenity in the face of adversity. It is the Stoics' clarion call to navigate the labyrinthian corridors of life with grace and resilience. For in the crucible of conscious choice, we find the crucible of enduring inner peace. Lesson number 6. Limit excessive desires. In the illustrious tapestry of Stoic wisdom, woven with threads of reason and virtue, Seneca's counsel on the Stoic principle of moderation stands as a masterpiece in itself. A sage known for his profound philosophical essays on virtue and personal development, Seneca extends to us a lesson of paramount importance. A lesson that beckons us to curb the tempestuous desires that often threaten to engulf our inner calm. At the heart of Stoicism lies the belief that excessive desires, like turbulent seas, have the power to cast our lives adrift, leaving us in a perpetual state of turmoil and discontent. The Stoic sages, in their unwavering pursuit of inner tranquility, recognized the perils of unbridled longing for wealth, status, and material possessions far beyond what is necessary for a life of virtue and wisdom. Seneca, echoing the Stoic sentiment, imparts his wisdom, rooted in the belief that authentic contentment finds its dwelling in the sanctuary of limited desires. It is a lesson that encourages us to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of existence with the rudder of moderation, guiding us toward the tranquil harbor of inner peace. The Stoic path, as illuminated by Seneca's wisdom, beckons us to simplify our desires, seeking only that which is requisite for a life marked by goodness and virtue. In this simplification, we unearth the precious gems of contentment and tranquility, independent of the capricious winds of external fortune. The Stoic practice of limiting excessive desires becomes the lodestar, ensuring the maintenance of a calm and composed disposition. It is within the walls of this ancient wisdom that we discover the profound truth that the fervent pursuit of external treasures is but a fleeting mirage, and the true treasures lie within, waiting to be unearthed. Seneca's teachings stand as an enduring testament to the Stoic commitment to inner mastery and the temperance of desires, forging a path that leads to the sacred sanctuary of inner calm. Lesson number 7. Be virtuous. The essence of Stoicism, as nurtured and cherished by the great Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, resides in the unwavering commitment to virtue, a commitment that lies at the very heart of this ancient philosophy. The Stoic virtues, comprising wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, become the compass guiding us toward a life marked by inner composure and tranquility. In the rich tapestry of Stoic wisdom, the virtues occupy a hallowed place. They are the moral lodestars that beckon us to navigate life's tempestuous seas with grace and wisdom. These virtues, etched into the annals of Stoic thought, are not mere abstractions. They are the pillars upon which the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe rests. Wisdom, the first of these virtues, serves as a beacon of light, illuminating the path of reason and discernment. It calls upon us to cultivate a deep understanding of the world and our place within it. The Stoic sages, such as Epictetus, understood that wisdom is the foundation upon which all other virtues are built. With wisdom as our guiding star, we gain the capacity to see the world as it truly is and to discern between the fleeting and the enduring. Courage, the second virtue, stands as the sentinel guarding the fortress of our moral character. It calls upon us to face life's challenges with steadfastness and resolve. In the Stoic lexicon, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is the unwavering determination to confront adversity with inner fortitude. Seneca, through his teachings, extols the importance of courage in forging a character marked by resilience and unwavering resolve. Justice, the third virtue, extends its mantle of righteousness over the Stoic path. It beckons us to live in accordance with the principles of fairness and moral rightness. The Stoic philosophers, drawing inspiration from the wellsprings of justice, guide us toward making decisions that are rooted in equity and virtue. The pursuit of justice ensures that our actions align with the moral order of the universe, fostering inner tranquility and composure. Temperance, the final virtue, serves as the guardian of moderation and self-restraint. It reminds us to exercise control over our desires, for it is through temperance that we discover the gateway to true contentment. Seneca, in his philosophical essays, emphasizes the importance of simplifying our desires and seeking only that which is essential for a virtuous life. In the temperance of desires, we uncover the wellspring of inner calm, irrespective of external circumstances. These virtues, championed by various Stoic philosophers, converge to shape a life that exemplifies the Stoic ideal. They serve as the lodestar, guiding us through life's turbulent seas with grace, wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. By adhering to these virtues and allowing them to permeate our thoughts and actions, we maintain a calm and composed disposition, reflecting the Stoic commitment to inner harmony and ethical living. In the mosaic of Stoicism, the virtues are the vibrant colors that compose the image of a life lived in harmony with the eternal truth of the cosmos. Lesson number 8. Understand the transitory nature of life. The transitory nature of life, in the profound and timeless verses of his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, delves into the essence of life, a life imbued with transience. His teachings are a testament to the wisdom that accepting the ever-changing nature of existence is a cornerstone for maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Through the lens of Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius imparts a lesson that is perhaps one of the most pivotal for achieving inner serenity. He invites us to embark on a philosophical journey that involves acknowledging the ephemeral and transient aspects of life. The Stoic recognition of this reality, often referred to as the transitory nature of life, is not a harbinger of despair. Rather, it serves as a cornerstone of strength that can lend profundity to our existence. The core of this lesson is the understanding that nothing in the realm of human experience, be it the moments of joy or the trials of adversity, is immutable. The universe, in its eternal ebb and flow, weaves a tapestry of constant change. The Stoic sage does not resist this cosmic dance, but chooses to waltz in harmony with it, with grace and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius urges us to unburden ourselves from the weight of attachments to those fleeting moments that shimmer like stars across the night sky, and to the material possessions that hold our attention for but a brief interlude. He teaches us to appreciate these moments and possessions as they come into our lives, but also to let them go when the time for departure arrives. In doing so, we unearth an inner sanctuary of calm and composure, impervious to the external tempests. Accepting the impermanence of all things, as championed by Marcus Aurelius, acts as a salve for the soul. It allows us to put into perspective the vicissitudes of life. It liberates us from the bondage of anxiety that stems from clutching onto what was or what might have been. Through this Stoic teaching, we become the architects of our inner fortitude, crafting a character marked by resilience in the face of life's inevitable changes. In understanding the transitory nature of life, we pave the way for a profound sense of inner tranquility. We recognize that our capacity for calm and composure transcends the rise and fall of external circumstances. It is an enduring presence, much like the stars that continue to shimmer in the night sky, irrespective of the fleeting clouds that pass before them. Marcus Aurelius, through his Stoic wisdom, invites us to bask in the light of this understanding, offering us the opportunity to savor life's moments while retaining an unwavering sense of inner peace. Lesson number 9. The value of gratitude. In the profound tapestry of Stoic philosophy, woven with threads of wisdom and resilience, there exists a gem that sparkles with profound insight: the value of gratitude. This lesson, championed by Seneca, one of Stoicism's eminent philosophers, illuminates the path to inner calm and contentment, irrespective of life's challenges. It guides us to celebrate not only life's triumphs, but also its tribulations, for it is through the lens of gratitude that we find serenity even in the face of adversity. Seneca, in his essays dedicated to the concept of gratitude, masterfully extolled its virtues. He beckoned us to redirect our gaze from what we may lack to what we have, to find solace in the present moment, and to embrace the treasures that often go unnoticed. In this Stoic practice, we unearth a potent tool for sustaining a profound sense of inner peace. The core of Seneca's teachings on gratitude is a gentle reminder that the act of being thankful is not contingent on the abundance of our possessions, but rather on our ability to perceive life's blessings in their myriad forms. In this sense, gratitude is not a mere response to life's easy moments, but a profound acknowledgement that even amidst the tempest's fury, there is a shelter of calm to be found. By cultivating a sense of gratitude, we recalibrate our relationship with life. We learn to see the splendor in the ordinary, the lesson within adversity, and the preciousness of every fleeting moment. Seneca encourages us to be content with the present, recognizing that the treasures of life are not commodities to be acquired, but experiences to be cherished. The value of gratitude, as illuminated by Seneca, acts as a guardian of our inner peace. It teaches us to ceaselessly reflect on the blessings that have graced our journey. In doing so, we discover that gratitude is an elixir that transmutes the base elements of despair and longing into the gold of contentment and serenity. In moments of challenge, a heart steeped in gratitude does not falter. It finds strength even in the midst of adversity, for it recognizes that the trials of life too are teachers. As Seneca would remind us, the Stoic spirit does not waver in the face of hardship. Instead, it flourishes, drawing nourishment from gratitude's deep well. In the Stoic tradition, the value of gratitude is an unwavering companion that ushers us towards a profound sense of tranquility. It elevates us above life's tempestuous waves, revealing the serenity that lies in embracing the blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. With Seneca's wisdom, we come to realize that practicing gratitude is not a mere response to life's joys, but a steadfast embrace of the beauty found in life's most trying moments. With every breath, every heartbeat, and every fleeting moment, we are presented with opportunities to unearth the treasures of gratitude. Seneca's Stoic legacy beckons us to cherish the present, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of them, and to savor the beauty that surrounds us. It is in this luminous practice that we discover a profound sense of tranquility and calm, even amidst the tempests of existence. Lesson number 10. Keep learning and growing. In the profound tapestry of Stoicism, where wisdom is woven with threads of resilience and temperance, we find a radiant lesson that beckons us to embark on a lifelong journey of self-improvement. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's luminaries, stands as a steadfast guide in this pursuit, revealing that the path to inner calm and composure is paved with the stones of personal growth. The Stoic commitment to self-improvement is a recurring theme in the philosophy, finding resonance across different Stoic philosophers. Epictetus, in particular, carries the torch of this lesson with unwavering conviction. He invites us to tread a path of perpetual growth, emphasizing that this commitment is a treasure trove of wisdom that equips us to navigate life's challenges with grace and sagacity. At the heart of this Stoic doctrine lies a profound realization that life is an unceasing voyage. We are not static beings, but vessels of potential, forever capable of evolution. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is an unyielding call to action, a reminder that no matter where we stand, there are yet horizons to explore and virtues to cultivate. The Stoic pursuit of self-improvement aligns harmoniously with the quest for wisdom and tranquility. It is an acknowledgement that inner calm and composure are not static attributes, but dynamic processes enriched by the ceaseless quest for understanding. Epictetus encourages us to strive for wisdom as we would for a precious gem, knowing that it is the compass that guides us through the labyrinth of existence. The Stoic journey of self-improvement finds its pulse in the ebb and flow of life's experiences. We are not called to perfection, but to progress, not to stagnation, but to steady growth. This Stoic lesson echoes through the corridors of wisdom, whispering that there is no final destination but an endless odyssey of becoming a better version of ourselves. In embracing this lesson, we learn to navigate life's challenges with resilience and fortitude. The Stoic spirit finds strength not in the absence of adversity, but in the quest for growth, which adversity often catalyzes. We discover that setbacks are not roadblocks, but stepping stones, and every trial is a teacher. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is a lighthouse in the tempest, a source of calm in the face of life's challenges. It is a testament to the Stoic principle that, regardless of external circumstances, we are the masters of our inner world. The more we learn, the more we grow, and the more we grow, the better we become at weathering the storms of existence. In the echoes of Epictetus's teachings, we find an invitation to celebrate the journey of self-improvement, to revel in the process of learning, and to honor the endeavor of growth. It is a lesson that assures us that with every step taken on this path, we come closer to the heart of Stoicism, a life marked by inner calm, composure, and the pursuit of wisdom. In a world filled with distractions and uncertainties, Stoicism offers a timeless and practical guide to maintaining calm and composure. By embracing these 10 lessons from Stoicism, inspired by the wisdom of different Stoic philosophers and embodying the virtue of temperance, you can navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and inner peace. The Stoic temperance becomes your anchor, guiding you through the storms of existence and helping you keep calm in the face of adversity. As you embrace these Stoic lessons, you discover a profound sense of tranquility and equanimity that enables you to thrive regardless of life's challenges. Today, we're diving into a topic that I'm sure many of you will find very interesting: how to detoxify our minds and stop overthinking everything. It sounds like something we all could use, right? There are times when our minds feel like a whirlwind, constantly spinning with endless thoughts, worries, and doubts that prevent us from being able to fully enjoy the present moment. But don't worry, because today I'm going to share 16 simple strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you free your mind and find inner peace. Imagine this: you're in bed, ready to fall asleep, but your mind is racing with thoughts about work, family, unmet goals, and even the future. You keep tossing and turning, unable to quiet the noise in your head. This is something we've all experienced at one point or another, but it doesn't have to be this way. The Stoics, with their ancient wisdom, teach us that we can train our minds to be calmer and more focused. And that's exactly what we're going to explore today. These 16 strategies, grounded in Stoic philosophy, are designed to help us live a more serene and balanced life. We'll take a closer look at each strategy, explaining not only how to apply them in our daily lives, but also why they work and how they can transform the way we think. To make this even more meaningful, I'll accompany each strategy with a special quote from a Stoic philosopher that will inspire you and help you understand the concept better. Let's start with the first strategy: the power of positive affirmations. This may sound simple, but it's often overlooked, and yet it can have a great impact. Seneca, a well-known Stoic philosopher, once said, "The greatest part of happiness depends on our disposition, not our circumstances." Positive affirmations are statements we repeat to ourselves with the intention of fostering a positive mindset and empowering ourselves. They are important because our thoughts have a profound effect on our perception of reality. If we constantly tell ourselves negative things, we'll begin to see the world in a negative light. However, if we change that internal dialogue and start telling ourselves positive things, our perspective can change drastically. For example, imagine waking up in the morning and the first thought you have is, "Today is going to be a difficult day." That thought will likely influence how you approach the rest of your day. But if instead you tell yourself, "Today I have the opportunity to do amazing things," that affirmation can motivate you and set a more positive tone for your day. Positive affirmations work because they help us reprogram our minds, shifting our focus toward achievement rather than fear. This reduces anxiety and rumination, helping us stay focused on constructive thoughts. I encourage you to start using positive affirmations in your life. Identify areas where you feel insecure or negative and create affirmations that counteract those thoughts. For instance, if you're worried about not being good enough at your job, you might say, "I am capable and confident in my skills." Repeat these affirmations daily, especially in moments of doubt or stress. How do you feel about trying positive affirmations today? I encourage you to pick one that resonates with you and start using it. Now, let's move on to the second strategy: simplifying your life. It might seem like an obvious concept, but it's something we often forget to do. Seneca also said, "It is the mind that does good or evil. It is the mind that makes us unhappy or happy, rich or poor." In our modern world, we are surrounded by complexity. We have too many possessions, too many tasks, and too many worries, all of which contribute to an overloaded mind. Simplifying our lives means reducing excess in all its forms, whether it's material things, commitments, or even unnecessary thoughts. Take a moment to think about your home. How many things do you own that you don't really need? Each additional object is a mental burden. The same principle applies to our daily activities. Sometimes we commit to too many things, leaving us feeling overwhelmed. By simplifying, we create more space in our lives and in our minds. This is effective because eliminating unnecessary distractions reduces the number of things we need to think about. The fewer things we have to worry about, the fewer decisions we need to make, and the less mental clutter we have to manage. This opens up more time and energy to focus on what truly matters. Start by decluttering your environment. Get rid of things that you don't need or that don't bring you joy. Then take a look at your commitments and see if there's anything you can simplify or delegate. Lastly, try simplifying your thoughts by practicing mindfulness and focusing on the present moment. This will help reduce mental clutter and bring a sense of calm to your life. Let's move on to the third strategy, limiting the information you consume. In today's digital age, we are constantly bombarded with information. While some of it is valuable, much of it is not. This constant influx of information can overwhelm our minds and prevent us from being present. By limiting the amount of information we take in, we can reduce unnecessary distractions and maintain better focus. This approach can be particularly challenging in today's digital age, but it is crucial for our mental well-being. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." Our thoughts are deeply influenced by the information we take in, and in a world flooded with constant streams of news, social media, emails and messages, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. All of this competing for our attention can lead to information overload, leaving our minds feeling cluttered and stressed. By limiting the information we consume, we can alleviate this mental noise. To start, be more selective with the sources of information you engage with. Choose only those that genuinely add value to your life, and avoid the ones that only contribute to stress or anxiety. Another effective step is setting time limits for your use of electronic devices. For example, you might decide to check the news just once a day or restrict your social media use to certain times. This approach works because by reducing the information we consume, we allow our minds to breathe and have more space to process the things that truly matter. This creates room for deeper thinking and creativity. The fourth strategy encourages the development of a regular exercise routine, which benefits both our mind and body. Seneca once said, "The mind is anxious for the future, it is miserable." Exercise serves as an excellent way to calm that anxiety and clear our minds. Not only does regular physical activity improve our physical health, but it also has a significant positive impact on our mental health. When we exercise, our body releases endorphins, the chemicals that make us feel good and reduce stress. Exercise can also help us clear our minds as it shifts our focus from worries to movement and breathing. Imagine starting your day with a run, feeling the fresh air against your skin, the rhythmic movement of your feet on the ground, and your mind starting to clear. As you run, the worries about work or personal issues fade into the background. You're simply enjoying the moment, which is a great way to practice mindfulness while also taking care of your body. This works because exercise not only enhances physical fitness, but also helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. Furthermore, it provides a sense of accomplishment and well-being, which improves our overall attitude toward life. It's highly beneficial to incorporate more physical activity into your daily routine. The fifth strategy is daily meditation. Though this practice may seem simple, it has a profound impact on our mental clarity. Meditation is a powerful tool to calm the mind and reduce an excess of thoughts. It involves taking some time each day to sit in silence, focus on your breathing, and observe your thoughts without judgment. Through this practice, we train our minds to become more present and less reactive. Picture yourself finding a quiet space, sitting comfortably and closing your eyes. As you breathe deeply, you focus on the sensation of the air entering and leaving your lungs. If your mind starts to wander, you gently guide it back to your breath without self-criticism. This regular practice helps reduce stress and anxiety, allowing you to better manage the challenges of daily life. It works because meditation teaches us to observe our thoughts without becoming attached to them. Over time, this creates mental space, helping us see things more clearly and with less emotional attachment. It also reduces the volume of overwhelming thoughts and leads to a more calm and focused mind. The sixth strategy is about setting clear limits. This is crucial for maintaining peace of mind. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "No one can hurt you without your consent." This wisdom applies to our ability to establish boundaries in life. Setting boundaries means being clear about what you are willing to accept and what you are not, including your time, energy, and relationships. Without clear limits, we can become overwhelmed and resentful as we allow others' demands to take precedence over our own well-being. Imagine you are at work and your boss asks you to stay late for the third time in a week. Setting a boundary could mean respectfully saying, "I understand this is important, but I also need time to rest and recharge. I cannot stay late today." At first, this may feel uncomfortable, but it is vital for your health. This strategy works because when we set clear limits, we protect our time and energy, which allows us to focus on what really matters. Establishing boundaries reduces stress and anxiety, and it fosters healthier relationships. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start setting clearer boundaries? Let's move on to the next strategy. But before we do, take a moment to reflect on an area of your life where establishing a clear limit could bring you some benefits. Let's now talk about the seventh strategy. Surround yourself with positive people. This is an important aspect of life that can significantly influence our mindset, the people we choose to spend time with. The philosopher who is most powerful is the one who masters themselves. Part of mastering ourselves involves making wise choices about the company we keep. The people we surround ourselves with have a profound impact on our mentality. If we are constantly around negative people, we are likely to absorb that negativity. However, if we surround ourselves with positive people, those who support and uplift us, we also tend to have a more positive outlook. Picture a friend who always manages to find the silver lining and motivates you to do better. Spending time with such a person can leave you feeling inspired and more confident in yourself. On the other hand, spending time with someone who is always negative and complains about everything can drain your energy and bring you down. Why does this work? Because emotions and attitudes are contagious. When we are in a positive environment, we are more likely to feel happier and less stressed. Of course, this doesn't mean we should avoid people who are going through tough times, but we need to be mindful of how their energy impacts us and make an effort to surround ourselves with those who uplift us. Now, let's talk about the eighth strategy. Accept impermanence. This is a key aspect of Stoic philosophy that is essential for peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Observe how many waves of change have passed over you, and you will understand that things which change constantly should not be feared." To accept impermanence is to acknowledge that everything in life, including situations, emotions, and even ourselves, is in a state of constant change. This realization can help alleviate much of our stress and anxiety because it frees us from the illusion that things must remain the same to be good. Imagine facing a challenge in your life that causes you significant stress. Understanding the impermanence of this situation helps you realize that it won't last forever. Everything, both good and bad, eventually changes. By internalizing this truth, you learn not to hold on too tightly to anything, which can bring a great sense of peace. Why does this work? Because when we accept that things change, we become more flexible and resilient. Instead of fighting change, we embrace it and adapt, which reduces unnecessary thoughts and worries as we stop trying to control what is beyond our control. The 9th strategy is to spend time on your hobbies. This is something we often overlook in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Epictetus reminds us that leisure, when combined with meaningful activities, is essential for a fulfilled life. Our hobbies are the activities we are passionate about and that bring us joy. When we dedicate time to these hobbies, we allow ourselves a break from our daily worries and focus on something that makes us happy. This is not just a mental break, but it can also become a source of inspiration and creativity. Imagine you enjoy painting. If you set aside an hour a day for painting, it can be a wonderful way to clear your mind, express your emotions, and reconnect with yourself. It's not about being the best at your hobby. It's about enjoying the process and allowing yourself that time for self-care. Why does this work? Because when we give ourselves permission to engage in activities that bring us joy, we nourish our soul, reduce stress, and help maintain a healthy balance in our lives. Hobbies also offer an excellent opportunity to practice mindfulness as we become fully immersed in the activity at hand. So, what do you think? Are you ready to dedicate more time to your hobbies? Let's now move on to the 10th strategy. But before we do, think of a hobby that brings you joy and how you can integrate it more regularly into your routine. Now, let's discuss the 10th strategy. Learn to say no. This is something many of us struggle with, yet it is one of the most powerful tools we can develop to protect our peace of mind. As Seneca wisely said, it's not that things are difficult, but that we don't dare to say they are difficult. Learning to say no can help us avoid feeling overwhelmed and resentful. Often, we feel obliged to say yes to every request made of us, whether it's at work, in our families, or within our friendships. However, this can lead to stress and exhaustion. Imagine being asked to take on an additional project at work when you are already at your limit. Saying yes might only add to your stress, but saying no in a firm yet respectful way helps protect your time and energy. Why does this work? Because when we learn to say no, we are protecting our mental well-being and setting healthy boundaries. Saying no allows us to focus on what truly matters without taking on more than we can handle. It enables us to prioritize what truly matters and avoid the exhaustion that comes from overcommitting. Saying no does not mean being selfish. Rather, it is an act of self-care that makes us more effective and happier. By saying no, we protect our time and energy, ensuring we can focus on what is most important. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start saying no when it's necessary? Take a moment to reflect on a recent situation where you could have said no and consider how it might have reduced your stress level. Next, let's talk about the importance of cultivating patience. Patience is a key virtue in maintaining serenity and composure in difficult situations. Marcus Aurelius once said that life is more like a battle than a dance. as we must be constantly alert and prepared for unexpected challenges. Patience is the ability to tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming angry or anxious. In today's fast-paced world, where instant results are often expected, cultivating patience is essential for reducing frustration and stress. When we practice patience, we are better able to handle difficulties and reduce overwhelming thoughts. For instance, imagine you are in a long queue waiting for your turn. Instead of becoming impatient, you take a deep breath and use that time to reflect, observe, or simply relax. Why does this work? Because patience allows us to accept things as they are, without trying to force them to be different. This reduces mental resilience and anxiety, helping us make more informed and thoughtful decisions. Reflect on a recent situation where you could have been more patient and how it would have changed your experience. Now, let's explore the 12th strategy: finding time for nature. Spending time outdoors in nature can have a profoundly calming effect on our minds. Nature offers us an opportunity to disconnect from the noise and busyness of everyday life, reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of the world around us. Imagine taking a walk in the park or hiking through the woods. You feel the fresh air, hear the birds singing, and see the greenery surrounding you. This simple act can help clear your mind, reduce stress, and make you feel more connected to the world around you. Why does this work? Because nature has a restorative effect on our brains, helping us relax and recharge. Moreover, being in nature encourages mindfulness as we focus on our senses and the present moment, allowing us to be fully immersed in the experience. Another important strategy is to take a regular digital break. In our digital age, we are constantly connected to our devices, which can lead to information overload and a constantly busy mind. A digital disconnection involves taking a break from electronic devices and the constant stream of information they bring. Imagine spending a whole day without checking your phone, reading emails, or scrolling through social media. At first, it might feel strange, but soon you'll notice a sense of freedom and peace of mind. You will have more time to be present, enjoy activities without interruptions, and reconnect with yourself. Why is this effective? Because disconnecting digitally gives our minds a rest from the constant bombardment of stimuli, reducing stress and anxiety. It allows us to be more focused and present in our lives, and also helps us develop a healthier relationship with technology, using it in a more intentional and mindful way. Finally, let's talk about the power of practicing forgiveness. Epictetus taught that it is not what happens to us, but how we react to it, that matters. Forgiveness is not about justifying the negative behavior of others, but about freeing ourselves from the grip of resentment and bitterness. When we hold on to grudges, we keep the wounds of the past alive, which only causes us more pain. Practicing forgiveness allows us to heal and move forward. Imagine that someone has hurt you. Forgiving them does not mean that what they did was right, but it means that you choose not to let that hurt control your life any longer. By forgiving, you release the emotional charge associated with the incident and allow your mind to focus on more positive and meaningful things. These negative emotions consume a significant amount of our mental energy, leaving us drained and focused on the past. By letting go of grudges and choosing forgiveness, we free ourselves from this weight, allowing our minds to focus on the present and on positive aspects of life. This shift not only lightens our emotional load, but also reduces the frequency of negative thoughts. In turn, we can improve our mental health, making room for more positivity and allowing us to live fuller and happier lives. So, What do you think? Are you ready to embrace the practice of forgiveness? Take a moment to reflect on a situation where forgiving someone could have a profound impact on your life, and think about how that could change your experience moving forward. Next, we move on to the fifth strategy: keeping a personal journal. Writing in a journal is a powerful practice that can help you organize your thoughts and emotions. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, demonstrated how writing can serve as a tool for introspection and achieving mental clarity. By regularly recording your thoughts, you give yourself the freedom to express your emotions, helping you understand them better and find solutions to your problems. For instance, imagine you're feeling overwhelmed by a challenging situation in your life. Writing about it in your journal allows you to explore your feelings, process your thoughts, and consider possible approaches to the issue at hand. This act not only helps you navigate through your emotions, but also alleviates mental burden by transferring your thoughts from your mind onto paper. Why does this work? Because writing organizes our thoughts and offers a fresh perspective, which is incredibly helpful for reducing stress and anxiety. Journaling acts as a form of self-therapy, fostering personal growth and enhancing self-understanding. The final strategy we will discuss is practicing self-compassion. As Shaker often reminded us, we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness, patience, and understanding that you would offer to a dear friend. When we make mistakes or face challenges, it's easy to become self-critical and harsh on ourselves. However, practicing self-compassion allows us to accept our imperfections and gives us permission to be human. Imagine you've made a mistake at work. Instead of mentally punishing yourself, you decide to be kind to yourself, telling yourself that mistakes are part of being human and that it's important to learn from them and move forward. This approach not only alleviates stress and anxiety, but also cultivates a growth mindset and resilience. Why is this effective? Because self-compassion helps us manage stress and pressure in a healthier way. Instead of adding unnecessary suffering through self-criticism, we support ourselves with understanding and love, which enables us to recover more quickly from setbacks and maintain a calmer, more balanced mind. If someone begins to pull away from you or starts to ignore you, don't panic and don't let that discourage you, because I'm about to walk you through 7 powerful strategies that can help you navigate this kind of situation. Today's topic is deeply relatable, one that many people have experienced, including myself, and it carries profound insights that can truly shift your perspective. The most important takeaway is this: learning to love yourself more every day is the cornerstone of not becoming emotionally dependent on others. I encourage you to stay with me until the very end of this video, where you'll gain valuable wisdom that can empower you to face any chapter of your life with strength and clarity. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly ask you to support the content by subscribing and liking the video, so I can continue bringing you meaningful discussions like this one. Now, when I talk about someone pulling away or ignoring you, I'm not referring to relationships that are already clearly over. If someone has made the decision to leave your life, then let them go. Open the doors and allow them to walk out without begging, pleading, or holding on. What I want to focus on today is something more subtle and more complex. Those situations where you're still in a relationship that seems to have potential, but you begin to sense that the other person is shifting, becoming distant, and no longer present in the way they once were. I've personally gone through this, and I know it can be a source of deep pain. but I encourage you to stay until the end, because the 7 insights I'll be sharing can help you not only manage the emotional weight of this situation, but also turn the experience into something that ultimately benefits you. Before we begin, I invite you to explore the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and how it can guide you in modern life through our ebook titled Stoic Mindset, a guide for contemporary living. You can access it now through the first pinned comment. Let's dive in. First, never display neediness. When someone starts pulling away or begins ignoring you, responding with neediness can harm both your emotional well-being and the overall dynamics of the relationship. Neediness often expresses itself through anxiety, insecurity, and a persistent search for reassurance and validation. Ironically, instead of drawing the person back to you, these behaviors usually push them even further away. Excessive neediness signals a lack of independence and self-confidence, which can diminish your perceived value and attractiveness. On the other hand, when you maintain composure and project emotional independence, you radiate strength, stability, and self-assurance. These are the very traits that others tend to find naturally appealing and worthy of respect. Not showing neediness also serves to protect your self-esteem. When someone starts ignoring you, it definitely hurts. But if you turn inward and begin focusing on your own needs and goals, you regain emotional equilibrium. Invest your energy into things that bring you joy. Spend time doing activities you love, be around people who uplift you, and recommit to your personal ambitions. By removing emotional dependence on someone who's withdrawing, you strengthen your inner resilience and become more capable of dealing with emotional setbacks. This kind of self-reliance not only fortifies your identity, but might also cause the other person to reevaluate you and their perception of the relationship. Sometimes, your own calmness and distance become a mirror that makes them rethink their behavior. If you notice they no longer respond the way they used to, maybe they take longer to reply or avoid engaging with you, resist the urge to complain. Don't message or call them with lines like, "Why haven't you responded?" or "You left me on red." These actions show too much emotional investment and can make you appear desperate or overly frustrated, which often causes the person to disengage even more. What you need to do instead is portray emotional stability. Act as if their behavior doesn't shake you. I understand that this is incredibly hard when you care about someone deeply, but you must project happiness, regardless of whether or not that person remains in your life. Your happiness cannot hinge on someone else's presence. You have to continue chasing your own dreams, nurturing your goals, and showing the world that you are okay with or without them. When you make your happiness dependent on another person, you're giving away enormous power that can easily be used against you. Often, when someone begins to lose interest, it's because you've started losing yourself. You've dimmed your spark by putting all your attention on them and sidelining the things that once made you radiant. Ask yourself, what happened to your hobbies, to the activities that once lit you up? If you used to enjoy sports, start playing again. If spending time with friends or family brought you joy, reconnect with that. You can't build your life around just one person. The key is to maintain your identity and remain content regardless of someone else's presence. Even if your feelings for that person are strong, you have to demonstrate that you can continue thriving without them. Eventually, when they see you're no longer chasing or complaining or causing drama, they'll start to question things. They might think, "Why does it seem like they don't care that I'm distancing myself?" This curiosity is powerful. Even if you feel upset inside, you're sending a clear message: you don't control me. That kind of inner power can be magnetic. It's when you start taking better care of yourself, looking after your appearance, and re-engaging with your own life that the tables often turn, and the other person may start showing renewed interest. Gone are the days of pleading or saying, "Why didn't you text me back?" or "I sent you 3 messages and got no response." That version of you is gone, because now you have a life filled with purpose and people and things that bring you joy. And when they do finally send you a message, don't rush to respond. If you do, it signals that you've been anxiously waiting for their attention, that your happiness is tied to their reply. Don't be the person who jumps the second the phone lights up. Don't let their message dictate your emotions. When you avoid showing neediness, the relationship naturally becomes more balanced. If they sense that you're always available, it kills the mystery. It lowers your emotional value in their eyes. Reclaim your power by demonstrating that your life is full, vibrant, and complete, with or without them. This approach is deeply aligned with the teachings of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So instead of focusing on their indifference, redirect your energy to yourself. Take control of your thoughts, your actions, your emotional state. That's where real power lives. This mindset is a golden opportunity to deepen your emotional independence. Build daily habits that give your life meaning and satisfaction. Activities you enjoy, regardless of whether someone's giving you attention or not. Dive into hobbies you love, whether that's reading, learning something new, or staying physically active. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." So choose thoughts that empower you, thoughts that lead you forward and make you feel whole, even without external validation. Remember, not showing need doesn't mean becoming cold or emotionally distant. It means being grounded, self-sufficient, and treating yourself with dignity. Stoic teachings remind us that true happiness comes from being present, from living independently of anxiety about the future. When you embrace this philosophy, you project a quiet strength that others will notice and respect. And when that person sees that your emotional balance doesn't hinge on their attention, they may start to value you in a new light. Your strength, your calm, your centeredness, it becomes undeniable. So when someone starts to pull away and ignore you, don't crumble. Stay calm and remind yourself that your worth isn't determined by someone else's attention. Epictetus reminded us, "No person is free who is not master of himself." This is your moment to reclaim that mastery. Reaffirm your emotional independence. Yes, you can care about the relationship. Yes, you can value the other person, but you don't need constant validation to feel worthy. By practicing emotional independence, you develop a serenity that's not easily shaken by someone else's behavior. In practical terms, this means honoring your commitments, nurturing your passions, and staying connected to the people who genuinely care about you. As Seneca once said, "The life we truly live is short, so it's important to make the most of every moment, growing, evolving, and indulging in the things that bring you joy." If you notice that your thoughts are constantly revolving around another person, it's time to redirect your attention toward pursuits that add value and happiness to your life. Doing this not only boosts your overall well-being, but also sends a message of inner strength and self-assurance. Developing a Stoic mindset requires acknowledging that while you can't control what others do, you always have control over your reactions to them. Marcus Aurelius once said that the art of living is more like a battle than a dance, Because life demands constant readiness for the unexpected. When someone chooses to walk away, instead of succumbing to sadness, use the situation as a way to build your character. Demonstrating your ability to remain composed and continue enjoying your life will naturally draw people toward you, attracted by your stability and strength. Showing that you don't need anyone to feel complete also means protecting your own time and space. If someone sees that you've abandoned your own priorities to revolve your life entirely around them, they may begin to lose both interest and respect. Seneca wisely pointed out that the greatest wealth is being content with little. Apply this mindset to your relationships by valuing the time you invest in yourself. Devoting energy to your personal projects and hobbies communicates that your life is rich and fulfilling on its own, something inherently appealing to others. Ultimately, it's crucial to remember that all things, including relationships, are temporary. Epictetus taught that it's not external events that shape us, but the power within us. This Stoic lesson helps you stay calm and grounded when someone chooses to leave. The one thing you can always rely on is your capacity to adapt, to grow, and to remain emotionally resilient. Embracing this philosophy allows you to navigate life with strength and balance. When you live this way, your relationships naturally become stronger. Others are more drawn to you because they see someone who isn't desperate for attention, but instead someone who is fulfilled and purpose-driven. Most importantly, you'll discover how to be truly happy on your own, and that's the real goal of any life philosophy. Being constantly fixated on someone you like can be overwhelming, especially in the early stages when emotions are intense and you naturally want to spend as much time with them as possible. But if you're trying to avoid appearing overly needy, you must stay rooted in your own passions and interests. Reflect on what you enjoyed before the relationship entered your life. You can't just sit around waiting for their messages or share every detail of your daily routine with them. Your partner isn't your personal journal or daily log. You don't need to update them with every move you make. I woke up, now I'm heading here, now I'm doing this. Because when you do, you leave no room for curiosity or genuine interest. If that person doesn't message you, resist the urge to panic or play detective by obsessively checking their social media, monitoring who's interacting with them or who's liking their posts. This kind of behavior creates emotional dependency. When the other person senses that your happiness is completely tied to them, it weakens your appeal and gives them the power to treat the relationship however they want. Your world cannot revolve entirely around theirs. Don't abandon your hobbies just to adopt theirs. Don't neglect your friends in the hope of blending into their social circle. These efforts may come from a fear of losing them, but ironically, such behavior often causes that very loss. You lose your identity, and along with it, your magnetism. Before you question why their behavior toward you has shifted, ask yourself if you have changed your own behavior in the relationship. Are you still the same person they were initially attracted to, or have you become someone completely different? By pulling back some of that energy and returning your focus to yourself, your natural attractiveness begins to resurface. That's why it's so important to have a personal goal, a dream that fuels your motivation. If you're job hunting, immerse yourself in that journey. When you're focused on achieving your own aspirations, you naturally become more attractive. The other person will notice that you have your own rich and vibrant world. You should be able to enjoy simple moments, whether it's a walk in nature, watching a movie, enjoying a meal, or diving into a hobby, without relying on your partner for happiness. Of course, you can be happy with them, but you must also be capable of happiness without them. Many people confuse love with dependency. They believe that without their partner's constant presence, they can't enjoy life. But that's not love. It's attachment and dependence, and it creates an unhealthy relationship dynamic. True love and emotional dependency are two very different things. You can and should feel joy with your partner, but you must also be able to experience joy on your own. If your partner senses that you're not okay without them, that you rely on their messages and presence to feel complete, they may begin to feel overwhelmed. That pressure can cause them to withdraw, ignore you, or even walk away altogether. The heartbreak that follows is often the result of clinging too tightly out of fear. I speak so plainly about this because I've experienced it myself. As someone who once feared being alone, I unknowingly suffocated my partners with that fear. In the end, what I feared most became my reality, because I had lost myself in trying to keep someone else close. If someone doesn't want to stay, you can't force them. To avoid falling into this pattern of dependency, you must anchor yourself in a meaningful goal. Find something that excites and drives you. Fill your time with the things you love, the things that make you feel alive. That's how you keep your spark. That's how you maintain your magnetism. Your happiness should never hinge entirely on another person. That kind of dynamic becomes unbalanced and toxic. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminds us that we must find peace in being with ourselves, that our inner calm should not be dictated by outside forces. The happiness of your life, he said, depends on the quality of your thoughts. This is a truth you must engrave deeply in your heart. Your worth isn't measured by how much attention someone gives you. You need to find your fulfillment in your own interests and passions. Seneca, too, emphasized the value of emotional self-sufficiency. He who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave, he wrote, pointing to the freedom that comes from detachment and independence. Apply this to your daily life. Immerse yourself in your goals. Take time to do the things that excite you. Read, exercise, pick up a new skill, or simply enjoy being alone in a quiet moment. Not being fixated on the person you like all the time builds your self-esteem and enriches your relationships. When you gain control over where your attention goes, you realize that your emotional health should never depend on another person. Epictetus said it best: "What troubles us isn't the events themselves, but our judgments about them." Let this idea guide you. Instead of using your energy to worry about someone else's actions, direct it toward your own dreams. When you feel the urge to check your phone or social media to see if they've messaged you, remember Seneca's words. It is a great fortune to return to the essential. Reconnect with what truly matters: your passions, your purpose, your peace. Finding joy in your own pursuits, whether it's a good book, a workout, a new skill, or time spent in nature, gives you emotional strength. As Marcus Aurelius reminded us, the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. That principle applies powerfully to how you handle your relationships. The more you focus on your own journey, the more balanced, fulfilled, and magnetic you become. With uplifting and constructive thoughts, you can shape a rich and meaningful life that doesn't rely on the attention of someone else. This inner fulfillment creates a space of authenticity and strength. So when that person does return, they are met with a version of you that is whole and empowered. In this way, any future relationship has the potential to flourish on a foundation of equality and mutual respect. However, if the person you care about pulls away or starts to ignore you, it's vital to understand that their behavior does not define your worth. Epictetus reminds us that true wisdom lies in surrounding ourselves with those who uplift and improve us, people whose presence inspires growth. If someone chooses to leave, allow them to do so with peace in your heart. Focus instead on being around individuals who genuinely support and encourage your journey. Direct your energy and time to those who value your presence and contribute to your development. Living out this philosophy daily means creating and maintaining healthy boundaries while prioritizing your emotional well-being. Rather than becoming consumed by the lack of attention from someone who may be indifferent, shift your attention toward your own needs and desires. Pursue activities that ignite your passion and help you evolve, whether that's through creative expression, athletic pursuits, learning, or any other enriching hobby. The essence lies in cultivating a life that feels abundant and fulfilling on your own terms. Epictetus also teaches us an essential truth. We have no control over others, only over ourselves. So, instead of hoping for things to unfold exactly as we wish, we must wish for things to unfold as they are and embrace them with grace. If the person you care about distances themselves or no longer gives you attention, accept the reality with calmness and continue moving forward. This approach not only preserves your dignity, but also naturally boosts your self-respect and appeal. To spark renewed interest in your partner, it's important that they begin to sense your absence in a meaningful way. This doesn't mean disappearing entirely, but subtly reducing how frequently you reach out and how much attention you show. This isn't about manipulation, it's about shifting your focus inward. Spend time nurturing your own passions, enjoying the company of friends, staying physically active, and living with joy independent of your partner's presence. As your partner notices that you're not as available or emotionally dependent as before, they may start to feel the absence of your attention. This sense of loss can reignite their interest. When someone realizes they no longer have control or predictable access to you, they begin to miss you and reflect more deeply on your presence in their life. It's a natural human tendency to desire what isn't easily obtainable. Scarcity often increases value. So, by becoming less available, your partner may start to wonder what has changed, what you're doing, and why they no longer hold the same sway over your emotions. Yet, simply creating distance isn't enough. Use this time to invest in your own growth. Take care of your body, pursue personal goals, develop new skills, and strive to become your best self. These efforts won't just serve your personal development, they'll also make you more captivating and attractive. When your partner does reconnect, they will notice these positive changes, and this renewed sense of self may spark a deeper admiration and attraction. In essence, when your partner starts to withdraw or act distant, resist the urge to seek reassurance or show neediness. Don't be constantly available or overly attentive. Let them feel your absence. Focus on your own life, your pursuits, and your personal progress. Not only will this enrich your life, but it may also reawaken your partner's appreciation and desire for you. Stoic philosophy offers profound insight into handling such emotionally challenging situations. It teaches us to center our thoughts on what we can control, namely, our own actions and reactions. As Epictetus wisely states, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. So rather than obsess over your partner's behavior, redirect your energy toward your personal growth and emotional health. This not only preserves your inner peace, but can also renew your partner's interest as they observe your composed and focused demeanor. To truly make someone feel the impact of your absence, it's essential to cultivate emotional independence. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, urges us to live in harmony with our nature and not be driven by the expectations of others. In practice, this means dedicating time to pursuits that feed your soul, whether it's reading, meditating, engaging in sports, or acquiring new knowledge. These activities not only reduce our dependency on external validation, but also enhance our attractiveness, both to others and to ourselves. Applying Stoic principles to daily life involves accepting that relationships and emotions are not permanent. Seneca beautifully said that while we cannot stop the wind, we can adjust our sails. If your partner grows distant or stops engaging with you, don't resist the reality. Embrace it with dignity and adjust accordingly. By choosing to live authentically and prioritize your own development, you create an environment in which the other person may begin to reevaluate your worth and the nature of your relationship. When you're faced with someone pulling away or ignoring you, remember that Stoicism emphasizes resilience and discipline. Epictetus advised us to first decide who we want to become, and then to do what must be done to live that truth. Take this moment as an opportunity to define the kind of person you want to be, someone strong, self-sufficient, and growth-oriented. Reflect deeply on your values and aspirations, and let these guide your actions. This will not only ground you, but also make it clear that you don't rely on anyone's constant attention to feel complete. A critical part of making someone feel your absence is maintaining a calm and composed attitude. Seneca reminds us that those who suffer in anticipation suffer more than necessary. Instead of fearing future pain or becoming anxious about emotional distance, adopt a mindset of acceptance and peace. Practice gratitude for what is good in your life and resist the pull of negativity. When you project confidence and inner tranquility, it may cause your partner to question their assumptions and reconsider their distance. It's also essential to use this time to grow professionally and personally. Marcus Aurelius wrote that true happiness comes from doing good. Seek out ways to contribute meaningfully to your community, whether through volunteering, mentoring, or helping someone in need. These acts not only strengthen your character, but also demonstrate to your partner that you are a whole, capable, and valuable person in your own right. This commitment to self-care and purposeful living naturally enhances your attractiveness and may rekindle admiration from your partner. As your partner distances themselves or becomes indifferent, Stoic philosophy invites us to examine the nature of our attachments and emotional dependencies. Epictetus reminds us that we must learn to accept, with calm and serenity, the things that lie beyond our control. In this case, your partner's behavior is not something you can change, but what you can master is your response to it. Instead of being consumed by what you cannot influence, redirect your energy into actions that nurture your emotional and physical well-being. Engage in meditation, read philosophical texts, or develop a consistent exercise routine. These practices will gradually build resilience within you, making you less vulnerable to the behaviors of others. In doing so, you cultivate a quiet strength that may, in turn, inspire admiration and renewed interest from your partner. Furthermore, Stoic philosophy teaches us to derive happiness and fulfillment not from external sources, but from our own efforts and personal development. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. This principle urges us to adopt a positive and forward-thinking mindset. Instead of lingering on what has been lost, turn your focus toward what still lies within your reach. Set new goals, pursue fresh challenges, things that invigorate your spirit and fuel your motivation. When your partner sees you thriving, growing, and embracing life, even during moments of emotional distance, they may feel a renewed attraction, seeing in you a figure of strength and self-sufficiency. Applying the Stoic principle of living according to virtue can also change the dynamic of your relationship. Live each day as if everything you have been through so far has merely been preparing you for this very moment. Use this time to cultivate personal virtues such as patience, humility, and generosity. Offer help to others without expecting anything in return. Seek ways to improve your surroundings and contribute to the well-being of those around you. This way of living not only enriches your sense of fulfillment and inner completeness, but it might also encourage your partner to reflect on their own actions and reconnect with the bond you share. It becomes a quiet call to deeper connection, sparked by your inner transformation. Regaining your emotional independence is essential, especially when navigating the complexities of a distant or inattentive partner. It's important to understand that the foundation of any healthy relationship lies in emotional autonomy. When you rely entirely on your partner for happiness, it's easy to become entangled in cycles of anxiety and disappointment during periods of neglect. Therefore, it's vital to work on building your self-esteem and nurturing your self-love. Devote time to activities that make you feel alive and appreciated, whether it's engaging in a sport, delving into a good book, practicing meditation, or simply enjoying something you love. These activities will not only keep you mentally engaged, but will also help you reconnect with yourself and your value beyond the relationship. Emotional independence grants you a steady inner core that's less shaken by the inevitable ups and downs of romantic life. This doesn't mean you love your partner any less. It means your joy is not tethered solely to their presence. Such steadiness and confidence can be deeply attractive to a partner, as it conveys a sense of security and self-assurance. You will be able to enjoy their company without making them the sole source of your emotional well-being. And if the relationship should falter, your sense of self-worth and ability to move forward will remain intact. This resilience and maturity not only empower you, but may also rekindle your partner's admiration and desire for you. Re-establishing your emotional independence becomes even more vital when someone you care about grows distant or chooses to ignore you. During such moments, it's crucial to remember that your inner peace and happiness must not be dependent on another person's actions. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the judgments we attach to them. Our own interpretation is what causes us pain or brings us calm. So we must learn to manage our reactions and refuse to be held hostage by the behavior of others. A key step is to shift your attention back to yourself. Practicing self-discipline and engaging in self-reflection will help you gain clarity about your emotions and allow you to step away from external emotional dependence. Marcus Aurelius echoed this truth when he said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. By deliberately cultivating constructive and empowering thoughts, you begin to strengthen your emotional core and reduce the emotional impact that others' absence might have on you. Simple yet powerful practices such as meditation or journaling can help implement these Stoic principles. At the start or end of each day, take a quiet moment to reflect on your emotions and thoughts. Consider whether your reactions align with your values and whether they are within your control. Seneca observed that the greatest strength lies in self-mastery. Control your thoughts and emotions so that you don't fall into the trap of emotional dependence. Maintaining a self-care routine also plays an important role in this process. Prioritize activities that bring you personal joy and a sense of accomplishment. Whether it's reading a thought-provoking book, learning something new, exercising, or simply spending time in nature, these acts of self-care do more than just ease emotional discomfort. They help rebuild your sense of autonomy and self-worth. Reclaiming your emotional independence is not just about managing pain. It is a step toward recognizing your true power and embracing your intrinsic value regardless of others' behavior. Epictetus reminds us again that true freedom is the ultimate goal in life, and it is found in ignoring what lies beyond our control. Accepting that you cannot dictate the choices of others, you can still shape your own responses. Dedicate time to explore and understand your feelings. Strengthen your inner calm and peace through daily practices that nourish your spirit. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated that nowhere can one find more peace than within their own soul. Create this sanctuary for yourself through meditation, reading, and exercise. Keep a journal as a place to process your thoughts and examine your emotions. Ask yourself whether your responses are in line with your values and whether they are under your control. This process of inner examination supports your growth and helps reduce your dependence on external validation. Self-care remains a crucial companion on this journey. Whether it's expressing yourself through creativity, connecting with nature, or enjoying a quiet moment with a good movie, these experiences anchor you in joy and purpose. Seneca reminds us that true power lies in self-mastery. When you take care of yourself, you not only ease the ache of someone's absence, but also reinforce your strength and dignity. In moments when others are distant or indifferent, remember that true inner strength is built through conscious self-control and honest reflection. Epictetus teaches that what disturbs us is not the actions of others, but our interpretation of those actions. So instead of obsessing over why someone is ignoring you, shift your focus to your own personal development. Channel your energy into activities that restore and uplift you. Meditation, journaling, reading works that spark inspiration. These routines not only ground you, but also remind you of your inherent worth. Each day offers countless opportunities to apply Stoic wisdom and reclaim your emotional independence. As you begin your day, establish a routine that includes quiet reflection and heartfelt gratitude. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, encourages us to start each morning by recognizing the blessings in our lives and by focusing on what lies within our control. Practice self-discipline throughout the day by managing your thoughts and keeping a hopeful perspective even in challenging situations. Remember that you always have the freedom to choose your reaction and that your happiness stems from the quality of your thoughts. Regular physical movement and time in nature are also powerful ways to reinforce emotional independence. Take walks, engage in exercise, or enjoy a sport you love. Physical activity benefits not only your body, but also clears your mind and relieves emotional tension. Seneca reminds us that genuine happiness lies in embracing the present moment without clinging anxiously to the future. By consistently caring for yourself and finding joy in the little moments of life, you deepen your emotional well-being and reduce reliance on others. And always remember that every challenge you encounter is an invitation to grow. Rather than viewing someone's emotional distance or indifference as a loss, Try to see it as a moment to rediscover who you are and to build inner strength. As Epictetus wisely put it, do not wish for things to happen the way you want them to, but rather want them to happen just as they do, and your life will be more peaceful. Embrace reality with calmness and let every experience teach you how to become more resilient and emotionally self-sufficient. Establishing clear boundaries is crucial. In every relationship, it's essential to define limits that safeguard your emotional health and ensure mutual respect for each other's space and needs. When your partner begins to drift away, it can serve as a valuable moment to examine whether you've been tolerating behavior that undermines your well-being. Have honest and open conversations about what makes you feel uneasy or undervalued, and express your boundaries in a way that helps maintain your self-respect and dignity. Setting boundaries isn't about enforcing strict rules. It's about clearly and respectfully communicating your expectations and emotional needs. For instance, if you feel a lack of communication is affecting you, voice that concern, not in a demanding way, but with clarity and calm. Show that you value the relationship, but also that you need to feel heard and respected. This can foster healthier communication and demonstrate to your partner that you are capable of self-care. Knowing your boundaries allows you to stay emotionally grounded. Understanding how far you're willing to go and what you refuse to tolerate empowers you to remain true to yourself. This inner firmness can often inspire more respect from your partner and help them value your presence more deeply. A healthy relationship is built on freedom and mutual respect. So when you're faced with a situation where your partner becomes distant or starts ignoring you, it's vital to remember how important it is to maintain clear boundaries. Epictetus, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, emphasized that what truly matters is not what happens to you, but how you respond to it. In this light, setting boundaries is not only a way to protect your emotions, but a way to handle difficult moments with wisdom and self-mastery. Accept that your partner's behavior is beyond your control, but how you react to it is fully in your hands. In everyday life, applying Stoic principles can help you maintain peace and balance, especially during times when your partner seems emotionally unavailable. Use these periods of distance to reconnect with your own needs and core values. Reflect on whether you've allowed certain behaviors to harm you and take steps to reinforce your inner foundation. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. So when you set boundaries, do so in a way that reflects your self-worth and inner dignity, avoiding conflict and demands. Practicing Stoic self-discipline also means recognizing that your emotional well-being shouldn't be entirely dependent on another person. When your partner pulls away, don't fall into despair. Instead, take it as a moment to fortify your inner strength. Seneca once said that the greatest blessing humanity has is the ability to be self-reliant. Maintain relationships, activities, and habits that uplift you and make you feel valued. Setting boundaries is an act of preservation. It shields your integrity and gives you the strength to face difficulties with calm and resilience. When you find yourself dealing with the pain of a partner who pulls away or ignores you, remember that boundaries are not just protective barriers, they are powerful affirmations of your self-worth. As Seneca said, the most powerful individual is the one who masters himself. Defining your limits ensures that your emotional health doesn't rest solely on someone else's behavior. This kind of self-care doesn't just improve your relationship with others, it strengthens your connection with yourself. Practically speaking, this can mean choosing to spend time alone to restore your peace when relationship dynamics become draining. Self-reflection and self-care are vital during these moments. Epictetus reminds us again, do not seek to bend events to your will, but instead wish for them to unfold as they do. This mindset is invaluable when facing emotional distance in your relationship. Accept what is, while still drawing boundaries that protect your inner space. Equally important is learning how to communicate these limits clearly and respectfully. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that living well is more like a battle than a dance. It requires action and assertiveness. So, if you're feeling the need for more communication or noticing patterns that hurt you, speak up. Express yourself honestly. Doing this not only preserves the health of the relationship, but also shows that you are in touch with your needs and committed to your emotional safety. When you express your boundaries with firmness and empathy, it can lead to greater understanding and respect. A partner's withdrawal can become a gateway to embracing Stoic philosophy and nurturing your internal strength. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." Viewed through this lens, your partner's distance isn't just a roadblock. It's an opening for you to affirm your values and exercise self-control. With this focus, you can face the situation with a clear mind and a strong spirit. Daily life offers countless opportunities to apply these Stoic principles. For example, if your partner is ignoring your messages or acting cold, resist the urge to panic or lash out. Instead, use that time to engage in activities that enrich you. Read an inspiring book, meditate, or dive into hobbies and friendships that bring you joy. Seneca often said that it takes more courage to do what's right than it does to fear doing something wrong. Choosing to respect your boundaries and turn your energy inward is a bold act of self-love and integrity. In your daily interactions, it's important to express your boundaries in a way that honors both your self-respect and your partner. Honest communication is key. As Epictetus advised, we must listen with the intent to understand before we speak. This means that while sharing your expectations and needs, you must also be open to hearing your partner's point of view. Such mutual openness can build a more respectful and meaningful dialogue where both people feel heard and appreciated. Always remember that setting boundaries isn't a selfish act. It's a way of honoring yourself and the relationship. Marcus Aurelius said that our souls are colored by the thoughts we carry. By holding thoughts of self-care and respect, you not only strengthen your own spirit, but also elevate the atmosphere of your relationship. By preserving your emotional health and asserting your limits, you empower yourself and help cultivate a relationship where both partners feel valued and free. It's equally important to understand that establishing boundaries might also bring change or even lead to the end of a relationship. But this outcome is not a failure. It's a sign of wisdom and self-compassion. Seneca reminds us that many things seem difficult because we don't dare to attempt them. Ending a relationship that doesn't honor your boundaries is an act of courage and often a necessary step toward a more genuine and fulfilling life. Finally, cultivating gratitude can be a powerful way to maintain a positive and balanced mindset, even during relationship hardships. When Marcus Aurelius said that each morning we should remind ourselves of the precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, and to love, he was emphasizing the value of focusing on the blessings we already possess. By centering your thoughts on what is good in your life and what you truly value, you can sustain emotional balance and reinforce your personal boundaries. Even in the face of adversity, practicing gratitude for what you have becomes a solid foundation for cultivating healthier, more respectful relationships. In this spirit, it becomes essential to nurture both patience and emotional detachment. Stoicism teaches us the deep value of these qualities, especially when it comes to relationships that begin to drift. If you sense your partner pulling away, embracing patience allows you to face the situation with calm and restraint, rather than reacting out of fear or urgency. Instead of forcing a reconnection, create the space for both you and your partner to reflect and reassess the relationship. Detachment in this context is not about indifference, it's about accepting reality without the urge to control it. You may not be able to govern your partner's emotions or decisions, but you can always decide how you will respond. Emotional detachment involves shifting your focus inward, nurturing your own growth and well-being. This perspective equips you to handle uncertainty with more serenity, preserving your mental peace. By adopting patience and detachment, you signal a level of maturity and emotional intelligence that can be deeply impactful. Your partner may, in fact, be drawn to your ability to remain composed and grounded through difficult times. Refusing to display desperation enables the relationship to unfold more naturally, increasing the likelihood of a genuine and heartfelt reconnection. When you feel distanced from your partner or ignored by them, the wisdom of Stoicism offers profound guidance. By cultivating patience and detachment, you don't just preserve your inner calm, you gain the ability to navigate these trials with a clearer, broader perspective. Epictetus once said that it isn't the events themselves that disturb us, but the interpretations we attach to them. By focusing on what lies within your control and releasing what does not, you will discover a deeper sense of peace in your daily experience. There are many practical ways to embody this sense of detachment. For instance, when you're tempted to send a message and expect an immediate response, pause and take a deep breath. Remind yourself that patience is not weakness, it's a virtue. Life, according to the Stoics, is more like a battle than a dance. You must be steady and prepared for the unexpected. Rather than reacting impulsively, let things evolve at their own pace. Fill your time and mind with enriching pursuits. Learn something new. Engage in a beloved hobby, activities that nourish you and support your growth. These practices not only strengthen your relationships, but also enhance your personal well-being. Emotional detachment liberates you from the exhausting urge to control everything and redirects your energy toward your own development. Seneca advised that the wise person does not mourn what is missing, but instead takes joy in what is already present. By living in alignment with this wisdom, you'll find yourself confronting life's challenges with more resilience and optimism. Your relationships will naturally follow a more harmonious course. When it feels like your partner is withdrawing and their silence grows louder, it is vital to remember that Stoic teachings can provide both strength and perspective. Patience and detachment, far from being signs of indifference, reflect self-mastery and deep insight. Seneca wrote that real happiness is found in appreciating the present moment without becoming dependent on an uncertain future. This mindset allows you to fully experience the now and handle difficult circumstances with a calm and focused mind. Daily life presents countless opportunities to practice patience and detachment. For example, if you find yourself waiting for a message that doesn't come, don't let anxiety consume you. Use that time for introspection or for activities that bring genuine satisfaction, perhaps through meditation, physical exercise, or reading a meaningful book. These actions help you redirect your thoughts and attention away from uncertainty and back toward your own well-being. As Epictetus taught, true freedom lies in being the master of your own life. Living by this principle means releasing the need to control others and turning your attention toward what genuinely matters, your inner peace. In the midst of emotional challenges, such as feeling neglected or emotionally distant from your partner, it's natural to feel a storm of conflicting emotions. But Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. As Epictetus put it, it's not what happens to us that shapes our experience, but how we respond. By embodying this wisdom, you begin to cultivate a mindset of patience and detachment. These tools allow you to remain steady and composed, even as your emotional world is tested. This might look like taking a moment to breathe and reflect before replying to a message, or even choosing not to respond when communication is one-sided. Instead of insisting on closeness, redirect your energy toward things that bring you fulfillment and growth. You might consider starting a creative project, learning a new skill, or spending more time with loved ones. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. By filling your mind with thoughts that nurture self-development and emotional balance, you fortify yourself against life's uncertainties. This mental clarity prepares you to handle relationship challenges with grace and strength. Another key aspect of emotional detachment is learning to accept change without resistance. Relationships evolve. Sometimes they drift apart. Seneca reminds us that happiness comes when your thoughts, words, and actions are aligned. Detachment doesn't mean giving up on love. It means loving without trying to possess or control. When you accept that the actions and emotions of others are beyond your influence, you let go of anxiety and create space for peace to enter. It's important to understand that developing patience and detachment isn't something you achieve overnight. It's a process, a lifelong journey. Applying Stoic philosophy to your everyday life doesn't just make you more resilient, it inspires those around you. Your calm presence becomes a quiet force that influences others positively. Your partner may even come to admire the way you navigate hardship with respect, clarity, and serenity, opening the door to more meaningful and honest communication. Marcus Aurelius reminds us again that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Keep your mind anchored in calm, focus on what you can control, and you'll see your entire experience shift toward greater peace and fulfillment. And finally, opening up to trusted individuals about your concerns and emotions can significantly help you process your feelings and ease the weight of uncertainty. Being around people who uplift you and remind you of your inherent value can offer immense comfort. Make time for social activities and work on keeping your friendships strong. These connections not only provide emotional nourishment, but also reinforce the reality that your life is full and meaningful beyond just your romantic relationship. This sense of community can help prevent the pitfall of emotional dependence. Moreover, when you nurture meaningful connections with others, you send a powerful message to your partner that you are a whole and worthy individual with a vibrant life of your own. This realization might inspire your partner to re-evaluate their behavior and develop a deeper appreciation for your presence. When a partner withdraws or becomes emotionally distant, it is vital to remember the transformative power of having a strong support system. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized that our happiness does not rely on external events, but on our interpretation of them. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but how we perceive them. Turning to family and friends for support can help you reframe your thoughts and restore inner peace. Focus your energy on activities that you love and that help you evolve as a person. This allows you to prove to yourself that you are complete and capable on your own. You can embody this philosophy in your daily life by practicing gratitude and embracing the small joys shared with your loved ones. Marcus Aurelius taught that the quality of your thoughts shapes the happiness of your life. Surrounding yourself with positive, inspiring individuals helps you maintain a healthy, constructive mindset. Get involved in social activities, pursue hobbies that excite you, and freely express your emotions and experiences with those you trust. This not only helps you feel supported, but allows you to be a source of support for others as well, creating a powerful cycle of mutual strength and care. By reinforcing your social ties, you remind both your partner and yourself that you are independent and valuable. As Marcus Aurelius believed, true happiness lies in embracing the present moment without depending on what the future may bring. Demonstrating your ability to flourish without emotional dependency enriches your well-being and may even earn your partner's respect and admiration as they witness your emotional balance and resilience. This shift in perspective could influence the dynamics of your relationship and equip you to face difficulties with clarity and a calm, strong heart. In times when your partner seems distant or disengaged, leaning on your social network can be a critical step in maintaining your emotional stability. Stoic philosophy teaches us to draw strength from within and from our closest bonds. Seneca once said that a true friend is revealed in moments of uncertainty, underscoring how vital it is to have loved ones you can lean on during challenging times. These meaningful relationships help you maintain perspective and remind you that you are not navigating this journey alone. Apply Stoic wisdom by becoming an active part of the lives of those around you. Attend social gatherings, join communities that share your interests, and invest in deepening your current relationships. Engage in heartfelt conversations and show genuine care for your friends and family. These interactions not only provide distraction and comfort, but allow you to contribute to the happiness of others, which in turn brings fulfillment to your own life. Let the words of Epictetus guide you. Don't wish for events to unfold as you desire, but instead wish for them to happen as they do, and you will live more peacefully. Engaging with your social support network offers more than just comfort. It becomes a space for introspection and personal growth. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that obstacles don't block the path. They are the path. By discussing your struggles and hearing different viewpoints, you may uncover new approaches to your challenges and develop deeper resilience. This inner strength doesn't only serve your romantic life, it becomes an asset in every area of your existence. Presenting yourself as strong and capable sends a powerful message about your worth and your ability to handle life's difficulties with dignity and calm. Epictetus reminds us again that while we cannot always control what happens around us, we can control how we respond. Rather than dwelling on your partner's absence or lack of attention, invest in the relationships that bring you joy and make you feel valued. Seek out the company of those who love you and remind you of your inherent worth. Make it a daily habit to nurture these meaningful connections. Plan outings with friends, call your family, and engage in the activities that bring you happiness and connection. This involvement not only steers you away from negative thoughts, but also fortifies you emotionally. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, the happiness of your life is determined by the quality of your thoughts, and having a positive, supportive circle can significantly uplift your mental and emotional state. Strengthening your support network also sends a clear and empowering message to yourself and to your partner that you are a complete, valuable person all on your own. Seneca taught that genuine happiness is found in savoring the present moment without relying anxiously on the future. By proving that you can lead a joyful and meaningful life outside of your romantic relationship, you reaffirm your self-worth and emotional strength. This mindset doesn't just shift the energy within your relationship, it also prepares you to confront any challenge with resilience and balance. When your partner grows distant or unresponsive, turning to the strength of your social network becomes an act of self-care and compassion. Epictetus taught us that although we cannot dictate external circumstances, we always have the power to choose our response. So instead of focusing on your partner's neglect, turn your attention toward those bonds that uplift and sustain you. Let their love remind you of your deep, unshakable value. Make it a daily ritual to cultivate these relationships. Organize gatherings, connect with your family, and engage in the things you love that also connect you to others. These moments won't just help you escape from harmful thoughts. They will ground you emotionally and give you the assurance that your life is full and vibrant on its own terms. Ultimately, it is the quality of your thoughts that shapes the quality of your life. Being surrounded by encouraging, supportive people can profoundly impact your mental and emotional health. A strong support system reinforces the truth that you are whole, strong, and worthy just as you are. Seneca's wisdom reminds us again that joy lies in experiencing the present moment without becoming attached to uncertain outcomes. When you build and maintain a life rich with meaningful relationships, regardless of the state of your romantic connection, you reinforce your confidence and emotional independence. This approach can shift the dynamic of your relationship and also prepare you to meet life's difficulties with steadiness and strength. Have you ever felt like a ghost, invisible and forgotten, simply because someone chose to create space between you and them? It's a strange kind of silence, one that can make you feel like the air around you has thickened. But here's the truth. This is not the end of your world. Maybe your mind jumps into overdrive, spinning 1,000 stories, blaming yourself, believing you're the reason for the distance. You convince yourself that something is wrong with you. But take a deep breath. Sometimes what seems like absence is really just silence filled with meaning. And in today's video, I want to help you navigate those moments when someone begins to pull away. I'm going to share 9 powerful lessons that are worth their weight in gold. Don't miss the final one. It carries a truth so striking that it may just leave you speechless. Stoic philosophy reminds us of something essential. You can't control what others choose to do, but you can always control how you respond. What if, instead of seeing this distance as abandonment, you saw it as a chance to focus on something that truly matters, reconnecting with yourself? In those quiet spaces, when you stop chasing answers, you uncover something priceless. Your value is not defined by who pays attention to you. Let go of the habit of letting other people's silence poison your self-worth, because no good ever comes from that. And now, listen closely to what comes next. But before diving into the core lessons, I want to share a story that will help you grasp the wisdom embedded in this message. In a time long ago, nestled in a mountain village bordered by rivers, lived a woman named Mariella. Her soul was quietly aching because someone she deeply cared for had started to drift away from her without warning, without explanation. Mariella felt abandoned, confused, lost in an emotional fog. Every day, she drowned a little deeper in her own sadness, desperately trying to understand why she had been pushed aside. One day, in search of peace, she wandered through the forest, letting her feet guide her where her heart could not. There, beside a flowing river, she came across a wise old man who lived in a simple wooden hut. He saw the pain in her eyes and asked gently, "My child, what burden are you carrying in your heart?" Mariella, with tears streaming down her face, shared her sorrow and the silent wound of being ignored without cause. The old man listened intently, his face calm, nodding as she spoke. When her words ran dry, he began to tell her a story. Long ago, in this very forest, there stood a magnificent tree. Its branches stretched wide, its leaves sparkled under the sun. Birds from everywhere came to rest on its limbs, building nests, finding refuge. It was the tree of life and comfort. But as time passed, some birds stopped returning. They flew elsewhere, leaving the tree with empty branches. The tree felt sorrowful and questioned itself. What had it done wrong? Mariella was captivated, hanging on the old man's every word. He continued, "One day, a gentle breeze swept through the tree's branches and whispered, 'Do not grieve for the birds that leave. They fly according to their own needs. But you, dear tree, must keep growing. Keep reaching toward the heavens and digging your roots deep into the earth. Those who truly value your shelter will always return.'" Yeah. In that moment, something shifted inside Mariella. She began to see her own pain from a new light. She realized she couldn't control the actions of others, but she could grow stronger, just like the tree. With gratitude, she thanked the wise man and returned home carrying a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. The lesson here is clear. When someone pulls away or starts to ignore you, it's not your role to chase after them or twist yourself into knots asking why. Your true task is to keep growing, keep being you. Trust that those who genuinely see your worth will always find their way back. And with that, we begin with the first of our essential insights. If these reflections speak to you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next piece of wisdom. Let's begin. Have you ever experienced someone withdrawing from you without offering a reason? That sinking feeling of being left hanging, of being overlooked, is a deeply uncomfortable place to be. You start spinning tales in your head, wondering what you did to deserve such detachment. Your mind becomes a movie producer, creating scenarios so exaggerated that even Hollywood would shy away. But what if silence wasn't rejection? What if it was simply a pause, a space for breath? Silence, as the Stoics wisely taught, carries a value far beyond mere absence of sound. It's easy to misinterpret someone's distance as a sign that something is wrong, as if relationships were equations. Someone ignores you, therefore something must be broken. But human emotions aren't equations. Often the stories we tell ourselves are nothing more than distorted reflections of our own fears. Maybe the person who pulled away is struggling with something internal, something you can't see. Perhaps they need space, not from you specifically, but from the world in general. Think about it. Haven't you ever craved solitude, a break from conversations, responsibilities, even your own thoughts? The need to retreat doesn't make you strange. It makes you human. Sure, sometimes people distance themselves for less noble reasons, but before jumping to conclusions, why not approach the situation with compassion, both for them and for yourself? This is where the Stoic lens helps. It teaches us not just to step back from others, but to observe our own storm of emotions. How you react to silence is where your power lies. If you assume rejection every time someone takes space, then that becomes your reality. Try a different perspective. Instead of diving into panic and self-blame, view the silence as a mirror. What does it show you about your own expectations? Let your thoughts breathe. Don't be so quick to fill the silence with fears or assumptions that may have no grounding in truth. Sometimes the quiet between two people is simply that, quiet. It doesn't have to be ominous. It might even be necessary. Silence doesn't always mean detachment. It can be a sacred pause, a moment for both sides to reflect, to heal. So, the next time you feel yourself slipping into the anxiety of being ignored, just stop, breathe. Maybe, just maybe, that silence is the very one you would wish for if the noise became too much. To truly understand silence is to practice patience with others and with yourself. Epictetus once said that silence is not always empty. Sometimes it's the space where the soul returns to itself. Now, have you ever felt that gut-wrenching sting of being treated like you don't exist? That piercing sensation when someone's indifference feels like a slap to your dignity. It's a heavy weight to carry, one that makes you ask, what did I do wrong? But here's a radical shift in thinking. Maybe the goal isn't to change other people's behavior, but to strengthen your own self-worth so that their indifference doesn't knock you down like a tidal wave. It sounds straightforward, but anyone who's lived through this knows it isn't always easy to stay composed when you're feeling invisible. Let's be real. When someone ignores you, your mind can become your worst enemy. It invents stories, blames you, fixates on flaws. You begin to doubt your value, wondering if you said too much or not enough, if you became uninteresting or made an unspoken mistake. But chasing these thoughts leads nowhere good. People are complex. Relationships are complicated. Sometimes their reasons for walking away have nothing to do with you. Maybe they're having a bad day, wrestling with something personal, or maybe your paths just don't align right now. So how do you stand tall in moments when the world seems to forget you? That's where the quiet power of self-esteem comes into play. The unshakable belief in your own worth, even when no one else is affirming it. The Stoics taught that true power is rooted within. You can't control how others treat you, but you always hold the reins over how you respond. Think of your self-esteem as a small boat on the open sea. The waves of life, comments, rejections, silence, will toss it around. But if the boat is built strong, it won't sink. You'll still feel the swell, the impact, but you'll stay afloat. That's what healthy self-esteem does. It gives you the resilience to stay anchored even when you feel ignored. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent. It's about not letting someone else's actions define who you are. Just because someone doesn't see your light right now doesn't mean you've stopped shining. Your value remains solid, intact, and waiting to be seen by the right eyes at the right time. Being ignored doesn't take away your value as a person. And if someone has chosen to push you away without giving you any reason, maybe it's a sign to let the wind carry them wherever they need to go, without it steering you off course. One of the quickest ways to tear down your own self-esteem is through constant self-criticism. If you ever catch yourself thinking that you're not enough, remind yourself that these are just thoughts, not solid truths. They don't define who you are. A useful way to deal with these thoughts is to stop and ask yourself, is this actually true? At first it might feel unnatural or difficult, but with time and intention, you'll begin to see that most of these negative thoughts have no solid ground. Often, we're just projecting our own fears and insecurities without any real basis. Instead of telling yourself, "They're ignoring me because I'm not important," shift your perspective and try saying, "Maybe they're dealing with something personal that has nothing to do with me." That small change in mindset can completely transform how you feel. Relationships inevitably influence how we see ourselves. If you're constantly surrounded by people who don't appreciate you or make you feel invisible, it's time to step back and reassess. That doesn't mean you need to cut everyone off immediately, but it does mean you need to become more aware of who brings you light and who drains your energy. Spend more time with those who truly value you, those who see your worth without you having to prove anything. Your self-esteem is deeply impacted by the relationships you invest in, so if someone continuously makes you feel small or unseen, maybe it's time to reduce their presence in your life. Self-compassion is a vital ingredient in maintaining self-worth. Nobody is perfect. We all have low points. We all make mistakes. The important part is how you treat yourself in those moments. Rather than harshly judging yourself or blaming circumstances that are beyond your control, try embracing your humanity, your strengths and your flaws alike. The more you allow yourself to simply be human, the stronger your sense of self will become. Everyone has days when they feel like they're falling short, but those feelings don't define your identity. Practice being kind to yourself, and when you feel ignored or rejected, the solution is not always to change yourself. Sometimes, the real answer is to pause and remember everything you've already overcome. Reflect on the victories you've had, whether it's a big project you managed to complete despite obstacles or a moment when you conquered a personal hardship. When you feel invisible, reconnect with your own achievements. This helps you remember that you don't need anyone else's validation to recognize your own value. Self-esteem grows when you acknowledge your own capabilities. If there's one lesson that stands out, it's this: when someone ignores you, your ability to stay grounded in who you are is what prevents you from falling apart. Self-worth isn't just some nice-sounding idea. It's a practical, life-sustaining tool that helps you steer through even the most turbulent moments. So the next time you're ignored, take a breath, steady yourself, and keep going. At the end of it all, the one person who truly needs to believe in your value is you. Let this sink in. Real courage doesn't come from being praised by others. It comes from that inner knowing that you are deserving of love, respect, and the best life has to offer. It's time to redefine how you see yourself. Isn't it strange how we struggle to understand our own worth, and how we often need someone else to affirm it before we believe it ourselves? Ask yourself, if you feel less worthy just because someone ignores or pulls away from you, isn't that a sign that your sense of value is still too dependent on outside approval? Don't worry, this is something most of us deal with. Society teaches us in subtle and obvious ways that the only way to know we're valuable is through validation from others. But what if that's not true? What if that idea is just a lie we've been told? Maybe, like the Stoics taught, what we really need is to start challenging the stories we tell ourselves about our worth. When someone distances themselves from you, your first reaction might be insecurity. Something went wrong. I must not be enough. That haunting "I'm not enough" thought always seems to show up when life doesn't go the way we hoped. But let me tell you something powerful. That belief starts to dissolve the moment you realize that your value isn't dependent on who stays or who leaves. Imagine what it's like to base your entire sense of worth on other people's presence. It would be like checking the thermometer constantly to see if you feel okay. forgetting that you're the one who controls the heat from within. The Stoics, those wise thinkers who seem to have figured life out, taught us that seeking validation from the outside is pointless. They believed that everything external is just a distraction. The only thing we truly have control over is how we respond to what happens. So when someone pulls away, the real question isn't what's wrong with me, but rather, how will I respond to this? Will you sink into self-doubt or, like a true Stoic, stay grounded and put things in perspective? The truth is, what's happening outside of you doesn't determine your worth. Here's a practical way to look at it. Picture yourself at a party, and that one person who always gives you attention is now talking to everyone but you. Naturally, you might feel hurt, even angry. That's understandable. But what if you shifted your viewpoint? Does it really matter if that person ignores you? Maybe they're just caught up in their own thoughts or dealing with their own issues. The important part is how you interpret that situation, because your reaction is the only thing you truly control. If you take it personally and let it crush you, you're handing over your sense of worth. But if you choose to believe that their behavior doesn't change how you see yourself, that's where your real strength lies. So how do you make this mindset shift? Start by practicing self-compassion. It's a simple yet deeply powerful habit. Every time that wave of insecurity hits, when someone ignores you or makes you feel unseen, pause, breathe, and remind yourself, your value doesn't come from being acknowledged. Get comfortable with your own presence, even when others don't notice you. You don't need to put on a strong front all the time. Sometimes embracing your vulnerability is the most courageous thing you can do. Your worth is yours alone. If someone walks away, remember that it doesn't make you any less. What really matters is how you see yourself. Like the Stoic said, what lies outside of our control is not worth our peace. The only way to live freely and with confidence is to know that your value doesn't rest on someone else's opinion. It lies in the thoughts you choose to believe about yourself. As Seneca once told his students, it is not what others say or think about you that defines your value. It is what you choose to think about yourself that truly matters. Now, let's talk about something just as important, the art of giving space. Have you noticed that the more you try to hold on to someone, the further away they seem to drift? It's like your need to always be near them creates a shadow of discomfort. It's not always because they're forgetting you or finding someone else more exciting, although that's possible, but that's not the real issue. Sometimes, the greatest gift you can offer another person is space. A little distance, some breathing room, or, as the Stoics would say, moderation in your relationships. Because honestly, who really wants someone hovering around them all the time? That constant presence can start to feel like a weight. Just like a plant that grows wild and chokes everything around it, excessive attachment can begin to suffocate the relationship. In the beginning, closeness feels beautiful. The desire to care, to be present, to share, that's all wonderful. But when it becomes a need to constantly be there, pressure builds. And soon, the other person feels trapped, like they're stuck in a web they can't escape. That's when you find yourself being ignored or pushed away, and you're left confused, unsure of what to do. Are you going to wait around like a loyal dog with a ball in its mouth, hoping someone finally turns around and calls your name? Don't do that. No one's asking you to become the soulmate who never lets go, or the overly eager friend who becomes as overwhelming as a live mic on a Zoom call. The key, dear friend, is serenity. The kind of peace that helps you understand the unspoken. Because sometimes what's not said out loud still carries meaning, and knowing when to give someone air to breathe may be the most loving thing you can do. Don't stay stuck in place, hoping and waiting for a call or a message that may never come. You're not obligated to be the soulmate who clings relentlessly, nor do you need to become that overbearing person who is always checking in, as irritating as a mic accidentally left on during a Zoom call. The real wisdom here, dear friend, lies in serenity, the kind that helps you realize that not everything needs to be spoken aloud. Sometimes silence and distance speak louder than words. The healthiest relationships allow for space, breathing room, a calming distance where both people feel free and whole, not watched or suffocated. And this isn't about abandoning or cutting off connection. It's about creating a healthy balance, giving the other person space to breathe, to grow, and giving yourself the same. If someone pulls back a little, it's not necessarily a disaster. Maybe they're simply seeking peace, or need time to sort through their own thoughts. It's not always a retreat, but a chance to regain internal balance. In fact, the smartest thing to do might be the exact opposite of what your anxious heart tells you. Stop chasing. Let things unfold naturally. And if that idea makes you uncomfortable, then perhaps it's time to borrow some wisdom from the ancient Stoics, those great minds who understood that emotional self-control and honoring others' boundaries are essential to your own well-being. Letting go isn't about giving up. It's about recognizing that real connection sometimes needs distance to thrive. Think of relationships like the ocean, ebbs and flows, calm waters and storms. You don't have to dive into every crashing wave. Sometimes it's wiser to sit back, watch the horizon, and enjoy your own space. Ironically, it's often in that pause, in that break, that things begin to make sense and align in unexpected ways. So the next time someone pulls away, don't panic. Follow suit, not as a strategy to manipulate, but as a gesture of wisdom and emotional balance. This isn't a game of who cares less. It's the art of honoring space. And as Marcus Aurelius might remind us, sometimes the most powerful act of love is letting go. Still, there's something else you must remember. Don't fall into despair. You may have experienced that sinking feeling, like a forgotten dog, just sitting and waiting, hoping someone notices your pain. It's a very human response to feel like the world is turning away right when you need it most. When someone pulls away or begins to create distance, the first and most important thing is to resist the trap of despair. That anxious, desperate energy can be so strong, and yet reacting from that place only worsens things. It puts you in a vulnerable, needy position, and that imbalance can actually push people further away. First, take a moment to identify what's really going on. We often misread signals and assign exaggerated meanings to simple things. Just because someone hasn't replied to your message quickly or isn't giving you the same attention as before doesn't automatically mean they're ignoring you on purpose. People have their own worlds, their own stresses, their own minds filled with things we cannot see. Their attention may have shifted, but that doesn't always mean their care has disappeared. However, if this kind of behavior keeps happening, if the distance feels like a pattern and not a coincidence, then yes, it's possible there's something deeper. But still, don't rush to conclusions. Don't let panic be your compass. When you move from fear and desperation, you're much more likely to act in ways that make everything worse. You might demand attention, force conversations, beg for clarity, none of which brings closeness. On the contrary, it creates more distance. Picture this. There's a fire, and instead of calming it down with water, you pour gasoline on it. That's what happens when you chase attention from insecurity. Your need becomes so loud, so consuming, that it no longer invites empathy. It causes exhaustion or even annoyance. So what can you do? There's no perfect answer, no magic phrase. But one thing is certain: give space. Yes, it sounds counterintuitive, but Stoic philosophy urges us to accept what we cannot control. If someone is stepping away, you can't force them back. What you can control is your response. Often, the most powerful thing you can do is to allow room for them to think, to breathe, and for you to reflect as well. Giving space doesn't mean cutting off completely or pretending not to care. It's a moment to ground yourself, to prioritize your well-being and guard your self-respect. Don't get stuck in the exhausting game of seeking constant validation. Your worth doesn't depend on someone else's presence or attention. Use this time to reconnect with yourself, dive into the things you love, and reevaluate what you truly want out of this connection. People change. Circumstances change. Clinging too tightly to what you can't control only deepens your suffering. Desperation adds fuel to the fire. If you feel ignored or distanced, don't let that pull you into anxiety. Step back. Let go a little. Let time do its work. In patience and calm, answers eventually emerge, whether it brings clarity or the strength to make a healthier decision for yourself. As the Stoics teach us, silence is not always a sign of neglect. Sometimes it's the very answer your heart is looking for. Now, let's talk about communication and confrontation. You've likely been there, that moment when something's bothering you, but you're unsure whether to speak up or stay quiet. When someone seems to be ignoring you or shutting you out without explanation, the question arises, do I say something or let it slide? Sure, Stoic teachings encourage calmness and warn against letting emotions take the wheel. But sometimes silence doesn't feel like peace. It feels like suppression. We've all faced that moment where we want to shout, "Why are you ignoring me?" Or, "What did I do wrong?" But that's the impulsive voice, the one that creates more noise than resolution. The Stoics understood this well. They warned us not to get swept away by emotional storms. Confrontation, especially when it's emotionally charged, often leads nowhere productive. You can't control how others behave, only how you choose to respond. So before reacting, take a breath, reflect. Ask yourself, do I want this conversation to be a battleground or a bridge? Would it be wiser to step back, think it through, and find a more constructive path? If you still feel the need to say something, don't go in guns blazing. Instead, lean into assertive communication. This doesn't mean keeping everything bottled up, nor does it mean exploding under pressure. It's about balance, voicing what you feel with clarity and respect. For example, instead of saying, "Why are you ignoring me?" try something like, "I've noticed we haven't been as connected lately. Is everything okay?" That opens the door without making the other person defensive. Another approach? Take the first step. If you sense distance, maybe you can bridge the gap, not by chasing, but by showing gentle vulnerability. Let them know you're still open, still willing to connect, even if they've pulled away. Just don't take it personally. Often, people aren't aware they're causing pain. They're lost in their own struggles, and their actions may have nothing to do with you. Not everything revolves around you. This realization is freeing. What truly matters is not winning an argument or proving a point, but preserving your peace and dignity. Real communication is built on mutual respect and self-awareness. Stoicism teaches us that mastering our reactions is the path to true strength. So next time you feel brushed aside, pause, think, choose your response consciously. Inner peace comes from mature communication, not shouting, not blame, but quiet strength and honest words. If you can't change someone else's behavior, change the way you respond to it. That is your true power. Finally, consider the value of not chasing. Have you ever stood there, waiting for someone to acknowledge you, hoping for just a little recognition? Have you repeated efforts to grab someone's attention, only to feel like they're more interested in their coffee than your presence? If so, you're not alone. We live in a world hungry for validation and full of loud, flashing distractions. Seeking approval has become second nature, almost like a sport. But what if real strength lies in not chasing, in stepping back from that deep-seated urge to be seen, heard, and acknowledged by others? That craving, if left unchecked, can quickly turn into a trap. The harder you chase it, the more it seems to slip away. And the cruel irony is that in that relentless pursuit, you start to lose sight of what truly matters, yourself. Thinkers like the Stoics remind us that true peace comes from within, from mastering what lies inside us, rather than being ruled by what others do or say. When you place your self-worth in likes, glances, or compliments, you gradually lose your essence. You become like a mirage, existing only through the reflections in other people's eyes. When someone ignores you, the impulse to win back their attention can feel overwhelming, especially if they've pushed you away due to a misunderstanding or simply because they need space. The most instinctive response is to try and pull them back toward you. But have you considered that this might backfire? The more you chase, the more you risk coming across as desperate. Worse still, you miss out on the golden chance to show you're capable of remaining grounded, even when faced with indifference. So how do you shift the dynamic instead of holding on? Try embracing the art of letting go. The first step is accepting what is blatantly clear. We cannot control what others think or feel. This acceptance isn't defeat, it's liberation. It gives you the authority to act from a place of true autonomy. Respect, that rare and coveted quality, isn't earned through chasing or pleading. It emerges when you can hold your own, emotionally balanced, without relying on others' moods. Picture this. Instead of trying to reclaim someone's attention as they drift away, you embody the calm of a river, flowing naturally, adapting, yet never straying from its course. In letting go, you transform into someone who is complete in themselves, someone who doesn't depend on others to feel worthy. And the beautiful twist? That very attitude makes you more appealing and magnetic. It doesn't just bring inner peace, it draws admiration and respect, the kind that you could never gain by begging for approval. The Stoics, especially in times of turmoil like ours, offer vital wisdom. Life is fleeting, and the only thing we truly control is how we respond to what happens around us. When you distance yourself from the compulsive need for approval and begin to cherish your own company, you don't just gain serenity, you inspire others. Your calm becomes noticeable. Your authenticity becomes contagious. And suddenly, indifference doesn't shake you. That in itself garners the respect you once longed for. Stop chasing what evades you. Let go of the attention that was never meant for you in the first place. When you learn to release it all, things begin to flow. Respect and admiration don't come from clinging, they come from being at peace within yourself. As Murphy's Law so cleverly points out, the moment you stop pursuing, that's when you're most often pursued. Focus instead on your own evolution. Have you ever felt invisible or pushed away by someone? It's wild how, in those moments, It feels like your whole world crumbles and you're cast as the lead in a tragic play. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to see beyond that illusion of abandonment and redirect your focus to something far more important: your personal growth. It's all too easy to fall into the trap of overanalyzing someone else's behavior. If they ignore you or take a step back, your first instinct might be to assume it's your fault, that you're lacking in some way. But what if all of that was simply a distraction? What if, instead of spending all your energy on what others are doing or feeling, you redirected it inward towards your own progress? Sure, it sounds almost too easy, but don't be fooled. This is the difficult path that leads to real, lasting peace. Stoic philosophy offers this exact insight. Focus only on what lies within your control: your thoughts, your actions, your emotions. If someone pulls away, that's beyond your reach. You can't force anyone to remain by your side. What you can do is choose how to respond. You could spiral into self-blame, drown in regret, or question every moment, or you could choose growth. The first step toward real growth is learning to detach. That's no easy feat. It can feel as unnatural as being told to stop breathing. But the hidden truth is, once you exhale, you make room for fresh air. Likewise, once you release the need for others' approval, you find something far more precious: your own voice. You begin to move from living to meet others' expectations to living as your truest self. Now imagine that instead of waiting for someone to validate you, you look in the mirror and say, "I'm enough as I am." It sounds like a cheap motivational quote, right? But once you genuinely believe that, the sting of rejection fades. You realize that the only opinion that truly matters is your own, and here's where discipline plays its role. Dedicating time to your growth doesn't mean diving into endless self-help books or enrolling in expensive courses. It's about simple, intentional daily habits: reading a chapter from a book that inspires you, writing your thoughts in a journal, or going for a quiet walk to clear your mind. These small acts allow you to see yourself differently. You're no longer a person frantically chasing outside validation. You become someone who understands their worth, someone whose peace doesn't depend on others' presence or absence. If people choose to walk away, let that be your cue to step into your own growth. Life isn't a competition for attention. The real victory lies in achieving your own inner balance. Eventually, those around you will see that your best self never depended on their approval. As my late father wisely said, "He who focuses on himself has no time to complain about others." Take this as your chance to rediscover who you are. Have you noticed that when someone ignores or distances themselves from you, the world doesn't actually end? Sure, it stings. It's not easy to digest. But often, life delivers its most profound lessons in subtle, sometimes painful ways. So instead of panicking or turning the situation into a dramatic event, what if you used it as a moment to reflect? Not in front of the mirror you use to do your hair, but the deeper one, the one that reveals your soul. Ask yourself, what's really happening inside me? The Stoics talk a lot about accepting what's beyond our control and investing our energy into what we can influence. So when someone decides to pull away, rather than wait around hoping they'll come back or perform emotional gymnastics to win them over, use that space to reconnect with yourself. This isn't about blaming them. It's about turning inward. If something within you needs adjusting, now is the time to tend to it. to bring yourself closer to peace. It might sound contradictory, but when you're constantly surrounded by people, it's easy to lose touch with your own voice. You become so focused on what's expected of you, how you should behave, or the roles you're supposed to play, that you lose your essence. And when someone distances themselves, it grants you that rare chance to hit pause. It's like the universe whispering, "Take a breath, tend to yourself." One of the most effective ways to seize this moment is through introspection. Ask yourself, what do I truly want? Not what others expect of me, but what I honestly desire. When you allow yourself the time and space to explore your own needs and dreams, you realize relationships aren't supposed to feel like burdens. They're meant to be places of shared growth. This is where self-understanding becomes your anchor. It helps you recognize boundaries, those lines you may have unknowingly allowed others to cross time and again. Often, when someone pulls away, it's a signal for you to wake up and start reclaiming your sense of self. But saying, "I'm going to rediscover myself," isn't enough. This journey demands effort, dedication, and radical honesty with yourself. A great place to begin is with journaling. Write down what truly matters to you without fear or judgment. Put your inner truths on paper, whether it's a longing for peace, a desire to heal from a toxic relationship, or simply a need for quiet. This act alone can help you see what's been hidden beneath the noise. Alongside journaling, try meditating on boundaries. Close your eyes and picture an invisible circle surrounding you, one that safeguards your peace and essence. This visualization does more than offer mental clarity. It reminds you that your well-being comes first, and when others cross those boundaries, you'll know how to respond, not react. In doing so, you return to yourself. You stop being lost in what others expect and begin to live from the core of who you are. That's the kind of rediscovery that changes everything. You can finally respond from a place of strength rather than from desperation. Gratitude becomes a powerful ally, especially when we find ourselves caught in the chaos of relationships and the constant influence of others. In the midst of all this noise, it's easy to forget the small things that truly reconnect us with ourselves. Taking time to be grateful for quiet or joyful moments, like getting lost in the pages of a good book or enjoying a peaceful walk alone, can be a gentle yet powerful way to rediscover what genuinely matters and what brings you peace. So when the cold wind of indifference starts to blow in your direction, don't rush to act or chase after what's slipping away. Instead, see this distance as a gift. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we can't control the behavior of others, we can absolutely control how we respond. If someone distances themselves or chooses to ignore you, it's not a catastrophe. It's an opportunity to come back to yourself, to recalibrate, and to make the inner changes that truly matter. Don't get lost in the external noise. Don't waste precious time trying to decipher what's not meant to be understood. Because at the end of the day, the most important relationship you have, the one that needs your care and attention above all, is the one you have with yourself. When you finally gain clarity about what you want and what you are no longer willing to tolerate, life becomes less complicated, more genuine, and most importantly, more yours. Let me tell you something, my friend, a truth that may sting, but is solid and unshakable. The one who has never learned to be alone will never truly know who is worth having by their side. If you've made it this far, write in the comments, "Whoever leaves should not come back." I'd love to hear about your own experiences and triumphs. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, and leave a comment. This lets YouTube know that these videos are valuable to people like you. Your support encourages us to keep creating content that speaks to your journey. I also recommend checking out the last 2 videos we shared. They may resonate with you deeply. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your time and your support. I'll see you in our next video.